A real experience indeed. A real experience. Wow, words are hard today. Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Hello, PG. Hello, Easy. Hello, Nostalgia. Thank you for leaving a lurk. Hello, Fake. How are you doing? But yes, it's a real experience. We're on our last route for the actual visual novel in its entirety, so there's no telling what's going to happen from here on out. You're at an Irish pub finishing your lunch before heading to classes? Ooh. Sounds yummy. Hope you enjoy your lunch though. Wait, what did you achieve in 2 days, VG? Do I dare ask? Is it Mabby related? Oh, no worries, Fake. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your lunch and good luck with your classes. Yeah, that cost you how much gold there, VG? That cost you how much there, sir? Probably a shit ton. Yeah, I was gonna say, hey, you want to lower the price on some of these smoldering threads so that way I can actually buy the 600 that I need, plus the 60 frost flame threads that I need as well. You want to lower the prices on the smolderings because I need 600 of them. Okay, thanks. I just realized my frame rate dropped a little bit, but we should be good now. Yeah, it's back in the green. I offloaded 200 smoldering because I needed go. Wow, how much did you sell them for? You know, if you ever have like a surplus of smoldering threads and you need to get rid of them for gold, fucking hit me up, dude. I need 600 of them. Because the cheapest I see now is like 18k each. Oh, there's some assholes trying to sell them for 100k each. Or 10 mil for 100. I'm just like, dude, you're fucking delusional. Go change the price now. Just go change the price. I mean, hey, you know what? If you ever have like a surplus of over 100 plus, fucking hit me up, dude. I have the gold for it. It would just be much cheaper to do that versus try to freaking fight for them on the auction house. I want to get my freaking elemental knight to link 10. And I keep sitting there waiting for the prices to drop a little bit more, and I'm just like, please make it cheaper. It's so fucking expensive. Anyway, happy Tuesday, everybody. It is Subpar Narration Tuesday, so we've been picking back up on the Fruit of Grisaia visual novel today. Yeah, hopefully I don't experience really bad pelvic pain like I did last week. That was a horrendous experience and made me end stream earlier than usual. Guys went from like 30 to 70, back to 52. I know, right? It feels like everything's just like slightly teetering upwards. Like, even Imp's fine letters of guarantee, they were like 600k each, which yeah, sure, it's still pricey, but it's not as bad. And now they're back up to almost 800k again, and I'm over here like, how the hell am I supposed to commerce and get like decent profit out of it if you're just gonna keep fucking raising the prices? Next, I need to release a freaking like gacha that gives you the Imp's fine letters of guarantee, so that way the prices can go down a little bit more, so I can just freaking stock up on that shit. I have like no letters for this week, and I'm probably gonna have to like buy one for almost 800k out of desperation. I mean, sure, like, I'd be making more profit with, you know, doing that. Basically getting all of my gold back anyway that I spent on it, so. You forgot. You forgot. Good job. Good job. But yeah, it's been an interesting day so far. I woke up kind of late. I woke up kind of late today, and I'm just like, great. I have just streamed like almost 2 hours, but here I am waking up so freaking late, and I'm just like, I have things to do. Did not get them done. But you know what? That's okay. There's always after stream for the 1 hour I have before D&D starts. But yeah, like I said, we're reading the Fruit of Grisaia today, and like I said, I'm not sure if today's gonna be the last day or if it might be next week. It just really depends on how far we get in, because I really do not remember like how far into it we are, or at least at like what point it is that we're towards the end. I assume the ending that I'm thinking of might have possibly been in the anime series, might either be the good ending or the bad ending. I'm not sure yet. I assume it would be the good one, but we'll get there when we get there. As far as that goes, though, yeah, a lot of things happened with Yumiko last week. She essentially tried to play housewife and failed miserably and had a mental breakdown over it and almost turned herself into her father, which stupid thing she did was to call him on a payphone, which can be easily traced. So now they have their location, and he's most likely headed in an area to go get her. So yeah, there's no telling how this is gonna go at all. Don't mind me. I have to take my beetroot and potassium supplements here real quick. I'm like 30 minutes late with taking it, but it's fine. At least it's not my regular medication. We're good in that regard. Oh, man. Yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and just jump right into it, since got a lot of catching up to do from last week, considering how early I had to end stream. So, let's go ahead and do that. I wish Steam had like more visual novels that I would enjoy reading on stream. Like, I'm still trying to figure out like what I want to do in terms of streams on Tuesdays now once Fruit of Grisaia is over with, because it's just like, do I stick with 6 days a week or do I go back to 5? I don't know yet. We'll figure it out. Alright, I'm gonna do this real quick. Alright, I'm gonna move the dragon too. Move over this side. There you go. Okay, audio. Sure, this is set up right. There we go. Should be alright now. Ugh. Sorry I sound so blob, like I'm still trying to mostly wake up. I don't know what it is, I've been super tired recently. Man, I am still upset that this is the last route. Man, I love this visual novel. I really do. Oh, right, they were going to the amusement park because that's what Yumiko wanted. Okay, that's what it was. If I remember correctly, I think there is actually an illustration that comes from this too. Right, she got childish and asked him to do this and ended up strangling him. In a playful sense. What's playful about strangling? I have no idea. And now it's just awkward silences between the two of them.
Yuji!
What's up? Because you said you wanted to go, hello? That's the reason why. He wanted to make you happy. Good lord. The train took us 3 stops up into the mountains before reaching its final stop. As soon as we disembark, Yumiko's expression transforms into one of pure bewilderment. With one step past the ticket gate, a sea of vivid electric decorations opens up theatrically before our eyes. It's an amusement park if you hadn't figured that out for yourself. Because you wanted to go! The polar opposite of the colorless fugitive life we've been trapped in for so long. Must feel like I've carried her into a dream. It'd be stranger if she wasn't taken aback. That's exactly it. Our pursuers would never suspect the two of us might be playing around here like we don't have a care in the world. He's not wrong. Hiding in plain sight in a sense. Bringing my mouth close to Yumiko's ear, I speak in an artificially stern tone of voice. Listen, Yumiko. This is a crucial part of our escape strategy. Forget the questions for now. I need you to act like you're having fun. Yeah, it might well invite suspicion unless we're sincerely enjoying ourselves. Make it look convincing, alright? Join the great space empire of Mandals. We will bring the beauty of anime to all forms of life in the universe. How are you doing today, Leonard? Oh my goodness. Ugh. As Yumiko nods a little dubiously, I slap her gently on the shoulder and shift to a louder, cheerful voice. Have to start with the roller coaster, am I right? No. No roller coasters. No! No roller coasters. No! Powerful enemy, she says. I don't think amusement park rides really have power levels, but apparently Yumiko's worked out a firm internal ranking. Whatever happened to spontaneity? Like, just do the opposite. It's opposite day. Go for the roller coasters first. It's all good. If we start off with a real thrill, everything after will seem easier by comparison, right? He's not wrong in his logic. No buts. Come on, let's go. Firmly seizing Yumiko's hand, I drag her over to the roller coaster line by force. In a mostly empty amusement park, soon to be closed for the night, the sound of our rapid footsteps echoes through the air. Just going to work right now? I am tired, dude. I feel like I feel like I didn't get enough sleep, but I know for a fact I did because I got like almost 8 hours. So I'm over here like, what do? Maybe we should at least catch our breath first? Understandably enough, Yumiko had been hesitant at first, but after 2 or 3 rides that faded away completely. By now, she's the one pulling me around.
次は何乗ろうかしら。ユージは何がいい？
Well, I guess she doesn't have to pretend to be having fun anymore. She's actually having fun. Me? I'd like to ride that bench in the rest area for a while. Wow, Yuji, way to sound like a freaking grumpy old man. And my frames are dropping again. Really?
急流ウォータースライダーに乗りましょうよ。ねえ、それでいい？
Wonder why my frames are dropping consistently right now. Huh. Let me check something here real quick, because... What the heck? I got 9 hours of sleep and still feel like I didn't have enough. Yeah, exactly. It's just like you feel like... You know for a fact you slept enough, but you feel like you didn't. It's just like... Really? I need to test something here real quick. I don't know why my frames are dropping like this all of a sudden. It's just like I haven't had any ISP issues recently. No, my download speed's fine. Hey, Flies Feather, how are you doing today? Maybe it's just a hiccup in the servers. You know, normally my upload speeds stay between 10 and 11 megabytes per second. Why is it all of a sudden almost up to 19? What changed? What changed all of a sudden? Oh my god. You know what? I'm not gonna question it. It's fine. My internet connection seems to be alright. It's just hiccuping a little bit, so... I do apologize for possible drops in frames for a little while, but keep in mind that if it starts dropping, just wait like a minute or two and then refresh the stream. People have often told me my listening skills need work, but it seems I'm not the only one.
いいから行きましょう。ほら。
Yup, definitely not the only one, Yuji. Hey, don't yank me around like that. Smiling wryly, I let Yumiko pull me back into a run. She's having so much fun right now.
ユージはカートの運転は得意？
I haven't driven a go-kart in forever. I miss go-karts. I only got to try it like once or twice. The strange thing is only once I slept only 30 minutes on the bus and I was fresh like... Yeah, it's weird. It's like you get that extended sleep and you wake up all groggy and stuff and you stay tired throughout the day, but it's just like if you sleep like less than 2 to 4 hours, it's like you feel more rested. It's really weird how that works, right? Never been in one before, but well, I imagine it won't be a problem. Not quite the same thing, but I've got experience driving up to 300 kilometers per hour. Thank you for the hydrate, Dag. I appreciate it.
I like that quote.
Not quite the same thing, but I've got experience driving up to 300 kilometers per hour. But it's probably best to keep that thought to myself. No point reminding the girl of the past. Oh, you mean about the frozen turkey you threw inside the freaking jet engine and and it wasn't able to take off? Yeah, about that. In any case, handling this sort of vehicle is actually something of a specialty of mine. You want to have a go?
あんまり女の子らしくないけど、笑わない？
It's not feminine. Really? Really, Yumiko? Really? Little late to worry about that now. After the way you flipped out on that thrill ride. Ow! Yumiko pokes me sharply in the flank.
失礼ね。そんなに嬉しそうにはしてないわよ。多分。
What was this about you enjoying yourself? This coming from the girls who cackled with glee as the coaster went into a nearly straight vertical drop? Well, whatever. Let's give it a shot. I'm looking forward to seeing you drive.
私、ハンドルを持つと人が変わるのよ。
Is this gonna be like a classic like amusement park date where it ends on the carousel? In typical anime tropes. Why did Naruto go to college? He wanted to be a ninja-neer. Seriously?
冗談よ。というより、ゲームを含めてやったことないもの。
Oh boy. This inspires a moment of relief, but soon I recall the distressing example of a certain monstrous speed demon named Suo Amane. Indeed, there's no telling how taking hold of the steering wheel will change a person. A vision of Yumiko merrily smashing around the track, shrieking, "Ah, this feels so good, I want more Ryuji," flashes before my eyes. I think I'll have to keep a very careful eye on how things develop out there.
どうしたの？突然難しい顔をして。
Oh no. I think one of my beetroot capsules got caught up in my throat, and now I went to I burped slightly, and now that's all I taste right now, and it's absolutely disgusting. Oh, it tastes like dirt. Ah, it's nothing. I was just reflecting on the countless possibilities lying dormant inside the human soul.
はあ？もうあらかた乗り尽くしたわね。
Not the carousel, if there is one. Well, yeah, since we went from one end of the park to the other, riding literally everything we saw.
ユージが意外と回転系の遊具に弱いことが分かって面白かった。
Oh, he doesn't do well with rotating rides, huh? Look at that smug look on her face. I love it. Yumiko looks over at me with a smirk on her face. So sue me. I'm not just a fan of that coffee cup thing.
明らかに不機嫌そうだったものね。今度からユージが何か悪いことしたら椅子に座らせて回転させる罰を与えるわ。
My bad. My desktop alarm went off for my magnesium and vitamin D. I'll have to take that in like an hour though. Spare me the practical applications, please. It's good that Yumiko seems to be enjoying herself, but the last thing I need is a girl developing some weird little superiority complex. I think some retaliation may be in order. Yumiko, how about this next?
まだ乗っていないのが。
The instant Yumiko peers down at the pamphlet in my hands, her face stiffens like water freezing to ice. What's wrong? Where's that energy and enthusiasm gone all of a sudden, Sakaki Yumiko?
そんなとこだけフルネームで呼ばないでよ。ね、ここは
Because it's
ここ
funny.
にしましょう。
Yumiko looks up at me with pleading eyes. Meeting her gaze with a deliberately kind expression, I answer flatly and decisively. Not happening.
嘘。
It's your punishment for mocking me about that spinning ride. Only fair that we have you face up to your weaknesses as well, right? I make my way to a building tucked into the dense forest on the edge of the amusement park, forcibly pulling a resisting Yumiko along. Oh, is it the haunted house? A building marked spine-chilling Hall of Horrors. Yup. Had a feeling that's what it was. Oh my god. What do you call an old avatar? Boomerang? Oh my god. just yank her, Ryuji. Give her the punishment she deserves. Well, well. I wasn't expecting much from a mere amusement park attraction, but that was a truly engrossing experience. Yumiko's now traumatized. That wax figure that popped out halfway through is particularly well made. The way his brains burst out all over the place was quite realistic, don't you think? Such a troll, and I love it. Oh, and the Master of the Hall. I saw the decapitation coming, but I wasn't expecting his severed bloody head to come flying in our direction. Average anime girl, let's play. I don't like him or just out to be a stalker. There's nothing in between. I mean, maybe. Guess it's worth giving that sort of place a try every once in a while, eh? Yumiko? You hate wax museums? I know, right? They look so weird. What's wrong? You haven't been saying much, and that pale face of yours is getting whiter. Did you catch a cold or something? The way she screams at him, I love it. You did seem even more frightened than I'd expected. That's what you get for being a shithead. Yumiko only shrieked and screamed like a normal girl for the first 5 minutes or so. After that, the terror must have overloaded her brain. No matter what came after us, she'd just quiver violently at my side, her face frozen in an expressionless mask. You really are totally helpless against that sort of stuff, huh? My bad. I mean... can't deny that. Oh my god. Hmm? You say something? Ugh, this dog is irritating me today. Ugh. Her pallid face abruptly blooming red, Yumiko pulls me firmly along by the hand in a clear attempt at changing the subject. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, same here. We finished visiting nearly all the attractions the park has to offer. Yumiko glows with obvious satisfaction, but there's a hint of fatigue in her eyes as well. Of course, considering the long and stormy day we've just had, I suppose it's only natural for her to be a little worn out. Why don't we finish up by riding the Ferris wheel or, Yumiko? As I'm suggesting we conclude our visit with that venerable amusement park staple, I notice that Yumiko's looking off in a completely different direction. Is there someone behind me? No, doesn't seem like it. She's been shooting glances over at one fixed point in particular. Subtly careful not to let Yumiko notice, I follow the line of her gaze. Wait, does Yumiko seriously want to? What I find there surprises me. It's an attraction, somewhat out of sync with Yumiko's image. Of course, an amusement park isn't the sort of place you'd expect to find Yumiko to begin with, but even in that context, this ride stands out as an S-rank mismatch. Hey Yumiko. Do you, want to ride that thing? I pointed the direction Yumiko was just looking and gingerly asked the obvious question. Okay. What does the avatar and the toilet paper have in common? They disappear when the world needs them? Oh my god. The pandemic with toilet paper was absolutely insane. It was so hard to find. Instantly, in a replay of the previous conversation, her pale face lights up with a violent blush. She's so quick to, like, give oh my god. Well, you've been running around like a little girl the whole time we've been here, haven't you? In that case, you want to just skip it and leave? Guess that's decided then. You're so easy to understand. Getting up off the bench, I take Yumiko by the hand and pull her to her feet. Let's make the grand finale then. You know, I was joking about the whole, like, carousel or Ferris wheel thing, and, well, here we are. Oh my goodness. Look at this illustration. Before long, the two of us have climbed onto the ride Yumiko had her eye on. The park's shutting down for the night very soon. There aren't any other visitors to be seen. What's embarrassing about it? But nonetheless, the girl looks around the area nervously, self-conscious despite the complete lack of spectators. What's the problem? Nobody's around. Might as well throw your pride to the wind and regress to childhood. Ignoring Yumiko's protest, the merry-go-round creaks to life and begins to spin. A vast array of cheap-looking electric decorations and lights begin to blink cheerily on and off in an upbeat tune that feels vaguely familiar plays from the speakers overhead.
こんな子供騙しなものに。
Halfway through the sentence, Yumiko falters. The carousel horse slowly rises and falls underneath us. The scene before our eyes transforms again and again. A brilliant green gradient fades into a sky of impossible indigo blue, forming an artificial stage in the midst of the darkness. White lights above merge into one continuous line, illuminating the spectacle. There's a wild mobile in chat, and my foot is falling asleep because I was sitting on it. As the soothing, strangely nostalgic sounds and lights wash over us, the tone of Yumiko's voice gradually begins to change.
子供騙しのものに。
She caved, chat. She caved. What's wrong? I can hear the girl faintly breathe in. And then, in a voice just barely audible over the garish music, she continues.
すごく乗りたかった。こうやって大好きな人とね。
She's so easy to read, and she's so simple when it comes to like the things that she wants, I swear. Every time we move up and down, the metal fixtures supporting our horse creak audibly. With every clunking repetition, Yumiko's body shakes a little in my arms. And it's not just because the horse is worn out.
母の実家にいた頃はね、最初とても不思議だったのよ。
How many Dragon Ball Z characters does it take to change a light bulb? 1, but it will take 6 episodes. Yumiko shared her memories of those early days with me before. How at first she grew up assuming herself to be a normal child, how she slowly came to realize she was different. The beginning of her isolation.
休みの日になると、
Congrats on that mobile dag. Too bad it's not a shiny for you
お
though.
父さんやお母さんと一緒にみんな出かけていく。自分だけ一人で家の庭で土の上に絵を描いている。お母さんは病院にいる。お父さんは遠いところにいる。おじいちゃんもおばあちゃんも私がまるでいないかのように振る舞う。
It just sucks how they forced her to become the black sheep of her family because her mother did not produce a male heir to the company and the family. It's so disappointing. It's just like, she's human too. She's your daughter. You need to fucking treat her as such. Not just use her as a freaking pawn in your grand schemes.
それでやっと気づいたの。
Alrighty, Leonard. Hopefully your shift at work goes by fast. Hope you enjoy your day. The quivering of her body grows noticeably stronger against my hands.
私は生まれてきてはいけなかったんだって。
Enjoy!
いてはいけない子だったんだって。誰とも一緒にいっちゃいけないんだって。
Yumiko's sentence shudders to a halt. Her shoulders heave with silent sobs. The girl's been making an effort not to cry in front of me. Even when she was crushed by her own failures, she did her absolute best not to break down. Even now, she keeps her back turned, refusing to let me see the tears. How many times has Yumiko cried like this, her face hidden from the world? Abandoned, rejected, betrayed, hacking at her hair with a box cutter, hiding in her room. At all the times it hurt most, the girl's been on her own.
だからこうやって
Okay, this is cute but also heartbreaking at the same time.
遊んだことが今日は本当に嬉しかったの。
Yumiko.
嬉しかったの。本当に。
This freaking visual novel really knows how to tug at your damn heartstrings, dude. Artificial stars rotate before our eyes. The light merges together into one long multicolored stripe, dancing up, then down, left, then right. Red and white and yellow and blue extend all around us, spinning in time to the cheerful, simple music. Why do you do this to me in sentimental moments? God damn it, Brazic. Oops. Wrong timer. God damn it, Uwu! You suck, Uwu. Hi, Brazic. How are you doing today, Uwu?
作戦なんて嘘だったんでしょ。私のためを思って
Why are you apologizing, Dag? You didn't do it, Uwu. Never tell lies, Uwu. Don't you know that by now, Uwu?
ユージは優しいもの。私にいっぱいたくさん優しく嘘をついてきたもの。
Ridiculous slander, Uwu.
本当は辛いのに何でもないってずっと言い続けて、私が気にするからって。
Uh-huh. I see how it is, Uwu. Oh my god, Uwu.
ユージにもっとわがままを言ってほしかった。でも言わせてあげられなかったのが。
You got all the time in the world to be selfish, okay, Uwu? Yumiko hesitates, choosing her next words carefully, Uwu. I know what's coming next, Uwu. It's nothing I want to hear, Uwu. A phrase we've tried to make taboo, Uwu.
ごめんね、ユージ。
Yep, that's where the apology comes in, Uwu. It must have been on the tip of her tongue so many times these last few months, Uwu. The miserable apology that finally spills out of Yumiko's mouth is a quiet, frail thing, but it's still enough to pierce me to the core, Uwu.
あなたが抱えている辛さや悲しさをもっと一緒に分かち合いたかった。気遣われるだけじゃなくて。
Even though it's such a touching story, adding Uwu at the end makes it feel like someone is taking pleasure in others' misfortune, Uwu. I know, right, Uwu? That's basic for you, Uwu.
何一つできなくて。ごめんね。私が。
Okay, I kind of feel similar feelings sometimes that she's feeling right now, Uwu. Yumiko, Uwu. This is so weird. It's such a touching moment. It is just the Uwu's just take away from it, Uwu. Calling her by name, I stroke her cheek with one hand, Uwu. As if her own pain wasn't enough, she wants to take on the darkness inside me, Uwu. She's trying to load down her slender body with a weight it can't possibly bear, Uwu. It's all Brazik's fault, Uwu. Hi, Lumi, Uwu. I'm a D&D GM. I enjoy suffering, Uwu. I guess you do, Uwu. And this from a girl too weak to even support herself, Uwu. I have something I wanted to say to you as well, Yumiko, Uwu. I draw the arm I've wrapped around Yumiko closer to me, Uwu. Pressing her body firmly to mine, I speak the words clearly into her ear, Uwu. I'm really glad you were born, Uwu. Thank you, Uwu. This is so awkward. It's supposed to be such a freaking, like, touching moment, Uwu. Oh my god, Uwu. Ugh. Sorry, I had to stretch. I've never had anyone care about me this much, Uwu. Everything I did before I met you felt hollow, Uwu. I always ended up alone, Uwu. What's up, Lumi? What's up? What's up? What's up, Uwu? With my master gone, I didn't know why I was even bothering to keep on breathing, Uwu. Continuing to work for my country, I tried to find the meaning of the words she left me at the end, Uwu. They were all I had left, Uwu. I still haven't unraveled that mystery, Uwu, but now that I'm with Yumiko, I think I'm beginning to glimpse some small fragment of the answer, Uwu. Yes, it was, Uwu. I created a harem team of Pokemon with my starter being my Empoleon, which was a male Uwu. Caught nothing but female mon after that, Uwu. And named them all after each girl from the fruit of Grisaia, Uwu. You're laughing so hard you choked on a Dorito, Uwu. Hey, Breezik, Uwu. What flavored Dorito are we talking about, Uwu? Yeah, I tried to find Pokemon that, like, specifically kind of, like, went with, like, certain mons, like, demeanor and overall, like, how they look aesthetically, Uwu. So, that's why Amane ended up being the freaking Lopunny, because people like to, you know, shrimp after Lopunny, and it made sense, because, you know, Amane is, She's a fucking horn dog. That's the best way that I can put it. Machina being the little shit that she is. Named the Rapidash after her, considering, you know, she has a fiery personality. Then there was Yumiko with the Luxray, because, well, Yumiko is Yumiko. No, we do not need a Vaporeon and Mane. No. As far as Sachi goes with naming her naming the Garchomp after her, it kind of made sense in the sense that, you know, Garchomp was relatively reliable and very fun to work with on my team too. And Michiru, Glass Cannon as a Frostlass, Glass Cannon in the game, considering, you know, how fragile she is with being split between two personalities after having a heart transplant. It all made sense afterwards. I mean, I wouldn't have caught the mod that I had if it weren't for Weisman making suggestions for my team comp, because, like I said, I only had like 2 options when I went into Platinum. I'm just glad I beat the game, so now I can move on to the next one. I still haven't unraveled that mystery, but now that I'm with Yumiko, I think I'm beginning to glimpse some small fragment of the answer. At the very least, your birth had meaning for me, so let me say this one more time. Don't apologize. I'm grateful to you. To be fair, Vaporeon isn't it? I already used Vaporeon in previous games, though. I used it in Pokemon Coliseum. Or was it Gale of Darkness? I think... Actually, no. It was Coliseum. Yeah, it was. I embraced her even more strongly than before. Above the swaying carousel horse, Yumiko's body begins to tremble once again. A warm drop of water falls on the hand I've wrapped around her. Then another, pretending not to notice, I gently stroke her hair. I'm not kind, just full of myself. I do what I want. Well, we gotta admire his blunt honesty, right? Can't wait for Black White. Oh boy. Is it gonna be an interesting one? Oh, it has the best aesthetics? Ooh, I can't wait. Her hand reaches back to grasp the sleeve of my shirts. Dark Souls on Switch broke on you. How? Sorry, it's my nature. It takes some time for Yumiko's trembling to die down. The party outside is already sinking into darkness. As I watch, the lights on the other attractions wink out in ones and twos. 999 of a soul item giving me like 2... What the hell? That's a lot of souls. Holy crap. By the way, there was one other reason I brought you here. Sounds like she's forgotten. Because I promised. Yeah, right? Like, imagine all of that. Easy levels. As my words jog her memory, Yumiko's voice takes on a note of surprise. You told me you wanted to visit one of these, remember? I know the timing's a little crazy, but... Tears welling up in the corner of her eyes, she looks back at me and smiles. Why would he forget? Oh my goodness, this girl. Come on, no way I forget something like that. The music playing from the tinny, poorly maintained speakers above us is repeatedly interrupted by bursts of static. That jarring noise periodically cuts our conversation apart. The cheap dream world creaks and groans around us. It's not exactly a sort of illusion you can just lose yourself in. But none of that really matters. I found a woman who can love a piece of trash like me from the bottom of her heart. That's enough to make this place an impossible paradise. Eventually, the last attractions go dark, and our little fantasy world fades away with a sigh of motor. I sit on our horse with my arms around Yumiko, quietly speaking her name again and again, as if to remind her that she's here, that this is real. And in response, she whispers, Yuji, many, many times. In a forest so dark it's impossible to tell where the trees end and the sky begins, our train winds its way down to civilization. Little by little, the small lights of carriage windows come into view in the station below, where we transferred only a few hours ago. As much as we might want to deny it, those lights force us to realize that our time in the dream world's over. Down there, inescapable reality is waiting for us. It's already past 10. They've had hours to follow our trail. Once we transfer to the train that'll carry us away from here, we won't be able to turn back. At my side, Yumiko quietly gazes at the back of the seat in front of her. Her eyes aren't hollow and lifeless like they were before, but from the tightly clenched fists resting on the seat by her thigh, I can see that she's still uneasy. I lower my hand from her shoulder to cover that small fist. After a few gentle strokes, she lets her hand fall open, then turns it to squeeze mine in return. The question's tinged with a little anxiety. We'll take a detour to the north, then head east. From there, we'll change to a different private railway and head further north. Yeah, there are some decently populated towns along the coastal railway where we shouldn't stand out too much. Hide people among people, still following that basic principle, I've decided on a slightly more distant destination. However, unless the fundamental dynamics of the situation change, our fugitive lifestyle isn't going to end. From what JV's told me, the East Beach group has some delicate circumstances at the moment. But if that changes, they might go public with this search. The police will get involved, Ichigaya will move in earnest, even the media will start working against us. At that point, there probably won't be any safe place left for us. We're still two isolated individuals struggling against an incomparably stronger opponent. There's no doubt Yumiko feels the same apprehension. The tone of her voice is low, resigned. Gazing at her slightly downcast face, I finally make up my mind to ask. Actually, Yumiko, I have a question for you. She turns to look at me. Staring straight into her eyes, I continue. Do you want to confront your father? You didn't want it, but you still managed to catch it anyway. If you've got the will... If you've got the will, I might have a way. I've been slowly making preparations ever since we ran away. I don't know, the anime was kind of dark, but not as dark as the freaking visual novel has. The anime kind of like rushed through a lot of things because they tried to like mesh it together so that way there wasn't like a singular love interest. It was more or less just like Yuji being thrown in as the main protagonist and being like, oh, you have problems? I can fix her. That's right, we can also run away, if that's what you want. If we confront him and lose, we'll be torn apart, but there's risk either way. Yumiko listens to my words quietly and attentively. But as I continue, her gaze slips from mine and begins to fall downward. By the time I finish speaking, she's staring straight at her feet. Oh my god, school days. Nothing better than a freaking psychotic girlfriend decapitating somebody and leaving it in her freaking bag and carrying it around like it's nothing. Just, oh my god. It's like, oh, you're best friends? Here, let me sleep with both you. Neither one has to find out, finds out, ends up dead. Yeah, right? 10 episodes of Slice of Life and then it just goes to crap. And it's just like complete 180 from what you expected. After a brief pause, she answers in a voice bitter with self-derision. What do you mean you haven't grown in the slightest? You've learned to stand on your own 2 feet. Really? Oh yeah, absolutely. If like there were hints of like any form of yandere in it, it would have been salvaged. Absolutely, but Honestly, like the first 10 episodes, it was okay. It was like your classic slice of life. And then all of a sudden it just like you get freaking like double slapped across the face with what happens afterwards, and you're just like you feel like you're watching an entirely different anime. It was weird. And once again, her voice begins to quaver as she struggles to hold down the
寮
tears.
から連れ去られた私をユージが助けに来てくれた時、私はユージを信じようって思った。だからあなたから伸ばされた手を握ったわ。
Kind of similar with the anime that I'm watching now. I'm only on episode, I think, 4 or 5 now. It's Talentless Nana. I was not expecting the first episode to go where they made like a fake protagonist and then reveal the actual true protagonist at the end of it. Seeing the duality of the character though, go from like being sweet all of a sudden to like yandere mode, I'm over here like, why you gotta give me whiplash like this? The whiplash was insane.
でも最後の最後のところで
Yeah, like I'm only on episode 4 right, like 4 or 5 right now, and I'm over here like, what the
ユージと
hell?
共に何かできることなんてありえないわ。
Yumiko, you sweet summer child, you. I feel very similar in certain ways. I shake my head to deny her words. You're wrong, Yumiko. You've changed. There's no doubt about it. Yes, you tried to make that phone call, but you hung up before he answered, didn't you?
それはそうだけど、でも結果としてその行為のせいであの人たちに見つか
I don't know if I make a great Yuji. It's kind of awkward. Hindsight is 2020. I'm talking about what you were thinking, Yumiko.
私
I don't know. It's just like with him, he's very flat, like matter of fact, but he's also overly sarcastic and somewhat sassy. I don't think I can encapsulate that. I feel like that was kind of spoilers. God damn it. Like, no, you're fine. I'm just like, uh-oh. What do I say now? Like, I know what happens, but I don't think anybody else here does who hasn't watched the anime. But to answer your question, yeah. I mean, who knows? A visual novel could be absolutely different. Who the heck knows? I remember the day when Yumiko dismissed me, the day she tried to leave my life forever. Refusing to acknowledge her own will, unable to rely on me, she tried to disappear all on her own. That Yumiko would have made the phone call. She would have told her father everything. Don't worry about it, Boopy Boo. It's okay. I mean, I could possibly spoil other things that may or may not happen from this point forward, but I'd like to assume it was only for funsies in the anime and not necessarily the visual novel. I want to talk about it, but I know I can't. Believing all the while that she was doing me a favor. You pulled yourself back from the edge. You fought down the fear and held on to your own free will. I know, right? Imagine spoiling a 10-year-old show, right? Magical girl, I could, oh my god. Could you imagine if Yuji's like actual like overall characteristics, he would have ended like the way that he looked and acted, imagine him being like the main character of Kore wa Zombie Desu ka. Imagine that and not I could see it. I could see it. Just imagine him transforming into the magical girl in Kore wa Zombie Desu ka. I could totally see it. Could want to watch after the VN. Here's the thing. I did not know about the VN until after I watched the anime, so the anime left me very confused. I started the visual novel at the beginning of this year, and everything makes sense now. and I'm going to stay with you, no matter what kind of ending we've got waiting for us. Yeah, he's loyal. You got yourself a good guy here, Yumiko. Yumiko throws herself against my chest. Her body's slender and light as always, but today I can feel a strength in her that wasn't there before. Slowly, face buried against my shirt, she gathers her breath. I just sit there, letting her respiration warm my skin, enjoying the affectionate movements of her fingers against my back. Oh, yeah, there's a lot that goes on in the visual novel. And finally, Yumiko pulls away and meets my gaze. That's a coincidence. Same here. Yeah, that's because you joined when we were in the middle of a Mane's route. And that's when the cannibalism got brought up towards the end of it. I mean, in hindsight, you have to look at it from this perspective. They were trying to survive in an area that was heavily like forested to where they could not find an actual escape. So they kind of had to rely on their sources that were like within reach. It's just unfortunate that it led to the whole cannibalistic thing, and Yuji's sister ended up dying because of it, or at least that's what is proposed. In all honesty, they never really like divulged too much into it. She could honestly be alive and just, you know, staying and laying low. You just never know. Simultaneously, our faces break into smiles. Also, we do have ad break popping up here in about like 2 minutes, but for those that are new here and those that are lurking, I do run 3-minute ads per hour, so that way you do not get pre-rolls when you join the channel. So, in about 2 minutes, we're gonna go ahead and take a break. I use that as a means to get up and stretch and do stuff for 3 minutes, so that way, you know, sitting for long periods of time is not necessarily good for you, so. What do you mean run? Yes, unscrimp. Ugh. I need to sit up straight. I've been shrimp sitting this whole time, and if anybody finds out that I'm shrimp sitting, I will get yelled at. Ugh. There's no hint of strain or awkwardness. They're probably the most easy, natural smiles we've had on our faces in a long time. And again, in Yumiko's eyes, I see something like determination. Really, Dag? You gotta out me like that? I hate it here. He's trying to get me in trouble. Resignation might still be part of it, but that strength I glimpsed in her is real. I absolutely believe that now. Sounds good. Our eyes fixed on each other, we open our mouths to speak. For a long time, our feelings for each other kept us at cross purposes. But now, finally, we're standing together, facing the same moment, seeing the same future. Seeing the road we'll travel. Oh, we're going down the good and bad routes now. We'll double save. Okay, we have a decision to make. I'm like, with what I know what happens in the anime itself, I'm assuming maybe confronting him might be the good ending. I'm honestly not sure, but we're gonna have to make this choice after ad break is over with, because there's like 4 seconds left before it starts. I mean, normally I don't pull for these times, but I possibly could. I can go ahead and do that during ad break. Oh boy, this is gonna be interesting. All right, I'm gonna pop on over to our BRB screen and put this poll up real quick before I take my break. So we're gonna put some words on stream up, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I highly implore you all to get up, stretch, hydrate, get a snack, take your meds, do what you need to do for self-care, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
remember the cabin in Tennessee. We got so high we cried, and you looked like heaven in the passenger seat. But life just passed us by, 'cause we weren't meant to be. But you still got a piece of me. Ooh, and I know you hate my guts, but I swear I mean it all. I hope you're happier now. Now that I'm gone, I'm moving on. I know you wish I was burning in hell. No, you are just a memory lost. And I still think about you sometimes when I'm fucked up in the middle of the night. You wish I was burning in hell, but I still wish you well. I hope you're happier now. I hope you're happier now. I remember the streetlights on the corner by the park we used to stay and drink past midnight to the sunrise, talking shit, couple kids. We were friends that turned to lovers. Yeah, we fell into each other, but our love burned out like a cigarette, and I'm wishing that I would've said, I hope you're happier now. Now that I'm gone, I'm moving on. I know you wish I was burning in hell. No, you are just a memory lost. And I still think about you sometimes when I'm fucked up in the middle of the night. I know you wish I was burning in hell, but I still wish you well. I hope you're happier now. I remember the cabin in Tennessee. We got so high we cried, and you looked like heaven in the passenger seat. But life just passed us by, 'cause we weren't meant to be. But you still got a piece of me. Ooh, and I know you hate my guts, but I swear I mean it all. I hope you're happier now. Now that I'm gone, I'm moving on. I know you wish I was burning in hell. No, you are just a memory lost. And I still think about you sometimes when I'm fucked up in the middle of the night. You wish I was burning in hell, but I still wish you well. I hope you're happier now. 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 I hope you're happier now.
Okay, so the poll poofed. What one? All right. Which route are we taking? Because I completely missed it. Ow. Okay, so we're confronting. All right. I did not mean to take as long as I did, so apologies for that. Wow, there's only one vote. Wow. It's okay. Like the regular route, that the good ending is almost always the one that takes forever. I still think that like out of all the bad endings we've gotten, Machina's was the most messed up. In every sense of the word. You're busy typing words. It's okay. It's alright. I actually need to turn on my... There we go. I'm trying to get myself accustomed to having a ring light on whenever I stream because I'm so used to my room being dark, but the tracking on my webcam actually is better when there's more light, so. Oh yeah, you absolutely would have done that, you shithead. You totally would have done that. So would Dag, in all honesty. Alright, we're confronting him. Like I said though, out of all the bad endings we've gotten, Machina's is the most messed up. The car advances steadily down the dark, unlit road. Eventually, the rough country lane under our headlights gives way to a paved road, and the scenery around us starts to suggest the work of human hands. The dreamlike world's behind us now. We've been dragged back into reality. Glancing briefly at the GPS mounted next to the wheel, I do a little mental arithmetic. Another 30 minutes or so. There shouldn't be much traffic after this, so maybe a little earlier. A tinge of barely suppressed uneasiness in her voice, Yumiko says that and nothing more. The hand resting in her lap forcefully grips the fabric of her skirt, trembling ever so slightly. Feeling anxious? I was about to say, it's like 2 people against an entire corporation plus her father, so, yeah. This is not gonna go well at all. After all that running and hiding, we're suddenly confronting our enemy head-on. Can hardly blame the girl for being a little unsettled. For all her anger, Yumiko was only able to resist her father through self-imposed isolation until now. This must feel like something of a suicide mission. Don't worry, it's going to be fine. Taking one hand from the steering wheel, I reach down to Yumiko's lap and clasp her shaking hand. Classic. After a few strokes of my fingers against her white knuckles, that tense fist finally relaxes a little. Time to outsmart an idiot, that's what. After a mutual choice to confront Sakaki Michiaki, I promptly got into contact with JB, after which Yumiko and I laid low for a few days. And yesterday, I received the call I'd been waiting for. Yumiko and I set out in a rented car, but I still haven't told her the details of our plans as of yet. Hi Mira, how are you doing today? Well, I said fight, but it would be a little too reckless to crash through the front door of a massive corporation and start kicking the furniture around. This is still irrelevant, but I just noticed something funny. I must have been really bored when I made my Twitch account because it was made on December 6th, which is a school holiday. Finished Independence Day. Wow. Just got home from the hellhole? Well, at least now you can come home and relax a little bit and not have to worry about dealing with idiots at work. I also saw that you're canceling your streams until Friday, unfortunately, but at least you'll have a tech coming out to see like what's going on with your ISP issues. I'm hoping they're able to fix it for you, though. I really am. I can't even begin to imagine how frustrating it's been for you. Like, my issues weren't really lasting that long, but it's just like yours have been so ongoing for so long now. But like I said, I hope they're able to find something that might help fix it, so that way you have like a more stable internet connection. Okay, that's fair, Luby. That's fair. That's fair. I don't even remember the day that I made my account. I know it was sometime in like, I think 2019 or 2018. How can you check that? I've never honestly bothered to look at like the time I created my account. The only thing I remember off the top of my head is my affiliate anniversary, which is on December 11th. The day I started streaming. Oh, right. You just click on your name and chat. You right. When did I make my account? Oh, October 24th, 2018. That's when I started watching Tolomeo. Your affiliate anniversary is on the 8th of December, Mira? That's crazy. That's the same day as my late brother's birthday, too. And a friend of mine shares the same birthday as well. I haven't talked to them in like a year or so, but damn. What the hell? That's crazy. I eased to a stop at a red light. For a moment, there's no sound except for a car's idling engine and the murmuring AM radio I left on for traffic reports. We did do another silly, and now my chat's reconnecting. There we go. Before we get to that, if we're going to pick a fight, don't you think we're a little low on manpower at the moment?
そうね。言われてみればそうかも。
I know, right? Less brain cell share. Actually, I think the brain cell share might be better off because that's dangerous. The sudden question leaves Yumiko bemused. Right now, we're heading to the place where our allies are waiting. The dorm? Hello? Did you forget you had friends in the dorm? That's right, a handful of people who are willing to fight the world with us. The light changes to green. A step behind the black minivan next to us in the passing lane, I ease forward into the intersection. Good question, Mira. Good question. I mean, I guess it's a flip of the coin. It could either be both of us or the rest of the world. Who the fuck knows? I would assume the worst case scenario is the rest of the world. We don't need two people sharing the same brain cell like that. Especially if they're talking things like diabolical things. We can't be stopped! Whether it's idiocy or actually being smart, which it's just it's a rare thing, but it happens though. It happens. Our small silver van, bathing in faint moonlight, speeds earnestly down the all but empty national road. Surrounded by darkness, the pale glint of light doggedly pushes forward, pursuing a single thread of hope. What are words right now? Like, I don't know if anybody else has this issue, but do you read faster than you actually speak sometimes? And then you end up, like, stumbling over words? I hate it! It's like I'm sitting here reading before I even say anything so that way I can know what I have to say. But I can't do it simultaneously. I stumble over words, and I'm over here like, why do I feel like such an idiot even though I know that I'm reading it correctly? We're here, the final battlefield, so to speak. Climbing quickly out of the car, I wait for Yumiko to follow. Yeah, right? It's like, my brain reacts faster than my body can actually react in terms of, like, speaking, and then I end up stumbling over words. As she steps down from the passenger seat, the girl looks up at the dark building in front of us, her mouth hanging open in shock.
ここって
How could she not know they were going back to the dorms? I mean, it's been, like, several months since you've been back. He said a handful of friends. Like, how could she not pick up on that context? Looking at my face, then at the building, then back at my face, Yumiko stutters out a few flustered words. Paying her no mind, I stride forward and push open a familiar door for the first time in a good year. A year? Oh my god, I thought it was shorter than that. Sure has been a while. Here's a wild Barboach in chat too, by the way. Normally, returning after a year's absence wouldn't be enough to inspire that much emotion. But then again, considering all the dramatic changes that have transformed our lives since leaving this place, maybe it's only natural that I get a little nostalgic.
似た別の場所とかじゃないわよね。
I only have 2 speeds. I read fast, but the information does not process, so I find myself rereading. Or the other thing is, I will read it normally, it does not register, and then I find myself having to go back and rereading it all over again. Because brain does not grasp what exactly is going on. Realistically, it just depends on what I'm reading. If it's something that I'm really like focused and interested in, then yeah, I can absolutely sit there and read it, no problem. But if it's anything that I have to do for like, say like work or anything like that, yeah, no, I will skim and miss certain context, end up missing completely like the point behind anything, and then I have to keep going back and rereading it. I hate it. It's so frustrating. But just as those words of disbelief leave Yumiko's mouth. Alright, who comes out first? Is it gonna be Machina, or is it gonna be Amane? The sound of rapid footsteps approaches quickly from the far side of the lobby. Oh, of course, it's Amane. Whoa. Before I can even turn around, a human missile barrels into my side and tackles me to the ground. And never mind the fact that Yumiko's with him. Hello? Look, woman, couldn't you manage a slightly more normal hello? She's so cringe, I want to smack her. Stop sucking on my damn cheek. Yumiko's going to... Uh-oh. Squirming under Amane's embrace, I managed to move my face just enough to look up at Yumiko. Oh no. Oh boy. I once sped read a book for school. It was something we had to read, so I just did it in the bus ride before school, reading only every other page and really going really fast, and you passed. Oh my god. That's crazy, Lumi. That is crazy. As expected, she's staring down at her co-ed professional wrestling match with an expression halfway between astonishment and fury. Amane really does not know how to read the room, does she? Just get off already. It's hard to breathe with those great fat tits pressing down on my chest. Look at you. You're not helping, Amane. You're not helping at all, you dipstick. Look, Amane. There's Animal... Oh, yeah, I remember Animal Farm. I hated that book. Not in the sense that I didn't like the story or anything like that in relation to it. It's just... I just was not interested. Too metaphorical for my taste. With great difficulty, I finally managed to pry Amane off me. As I clamber to my feet, Yumiko's angry glare gives way once more to an expression of sheer confusion. Amane's sudden assault might have been surprising, but not nearly so much as our return to Mihama Academy itself. Why can't she be normal like Sachi over here and actually saying, hey, welcome back in like the best tone of voice ever and not being overly dramatic about it? Freaking Amane, she's so extra. Yeah, sorry about that. I'll explain the circumstances later. Sachi and Makina, looking completely unchanged from a year ago, make their appearance. And here comes a dimwit who's probably going to be super fucking extra, even worse than Amane. And she's probably gonna be like, what are you doing here? Oh my god! I mean, yeah, it's basically a reimagining of the Russian Revolution where the characters are far minimalist. Absolutely, but it's just... I don't know. It's just... I like learning about certain histories, but not in the form of depictions via farm animals. I don't know. Like, I remember reading it and feeling like this weird like disconnect with it, and that was essentially it. I just like I don't want to read this anymore.
みちる様、さっき確かに伝えましたよ。
鳥頭が散歩に行く前に伝言なんて無駄の極みなのよさ。
ちょっと聞いてないわよ。聞いたかもしれないけど、つか鳥頭ってあと散歩じゃないわよ。見回りに行ってたんでしょ。
Oh please! They probably told you and you absolutely freaking forgot, like a dipstick.
みちる様が見回りに行ってらしたのは存じ上げております。お疲れ様でした。ご飯の準備もできてますよ。コロッケです。
Ooh, curry potato croquettes, please. I would love to eat some of those.
ありがとう。わかればいいのよ、わかれば。って何か重要なこと忘れてるような。そうよ、ユージ、ユミコ、なんでいきなり戻ってきたのよ。ねえ。
Such an idiot, I swear. Your mind works in interesting ways, Michiru, as always. I find myself smiling at the nostalgic farce playing out before my eyes. On the other hand, Yumiko's too stunned to even to speak. The expression on her face suggests an ongoing internal debate as to whether this is reality or some kind of dream.
ユージ。
Finally, she reaches out tentatively and gives the sleeve of my shirt a little tug.
一体どういうことなの？
You recruited friends!
いきなり寮に戻ってきたと思えばみんな揃ってるし、しかも何かわけのわからない話をしているし。
Oh yeah, he probably kept her in the dark about all this going on too.
ねえ、私だけなの？何もわかってないの？
Okay, that was... Yep. I'm sharing the same brain cell with Yumiko right now. I don't know how I feel about that at the moment. Not even sure where to begin asking questions. Yumiko lets her confusion spill out in a somewhat jumbled stream of words.
え？ユージ、あんた、榊さんに何も説明しないで帰ってきたの？
Yes, he did, because he probably knew that if he did, she probably would have backed out of it and been like, nope, let's just keep running. Amane raises an eyebrow in surprise. Well, more or less. There's a lot going on. Didn't find the time to explain.
それは、榊さんが混乱するのも無理はありませんね。
そんじゃお兄ちゃんの部屋行って話しようぜ。あと腹減った。
The whole point was to realize that what the book was about, like a reading comprehension thing or something. Can't remember. It was, yeah, it's just like, Yeah, sometimes when teachers would give you like book reports and stuff to do, they would honestly want like your own opinion and like depiction of what is going on. That way you have like your own form of opinion or like just something to sit back and discuss with like the rest of your class and stuff like that, just to kind of pick through like certain opinions and certain things that you picked up on it and just kind of compare and contrast.
はい、それじゃあご飯を食べながら作戦会議にしましょうか。
Because honestly, when it comes to books, people depict it in a lot of different ways. So having that, like, not like necessarily a debate, but just like a talk and just like comparing certain things. A lot of my teachers in English would do stuff like that, especially in elementary school and even middle school. We had to do a lot of freaking book reports.
そうね。ほら、みちるも頭ひねってないでご飯食べましょう。あれ、なんだっけ？作戦。
Hell, I still remember having to watch Super Size Me with my English class and having to write a freaking report on it. It was so stupid, but it was also interesting at the same time, just because a lot of the things that you learn through like your sources and stuff like that, yeah, it turned me away from fast food. Very much so. This alert haunts me every time I join, so here. Thank you for the 3-month sub. Thank you for the 3-month resub, Legion. I appreciate it. How are you doing today? Although we're probably just making Yumiko even more confused right now, for the time being, we decide to regroup in the management room. In other words, my former residence. Alright, where should I even begin? After everyone settled down inside the room, I paused to collect my thoughts. I've actually taken quite a number of steps without Yumiko's knowledge, and in some cases, matters are tangled enough that explaining systematically might prove challenging.
では私から質問してい
Actual
いか
good
し
food? Yeah, honestly, same. But it was also having to watch Supersize Me and watch this guy literally fuck up his health by eating nothing but fast food for like, what was it, like 30 days or so? I'm just like, I did not realize just how much sugar and salt and fat is in fast food, and I'm just like, I'm never eating that crap again. It's been a day, but tomorrow will be a better one, so one step at a time. Hey, you know what? You always gotta look forward to a better day the next day, right? Makes sense. Clearing up your questions should make things nice and comprehensible.
じゃあまずこの場所についてどうしてまだ学園が残っているの？そしてみんなはどうしてここにいるの？
Because your dad probably left it open in the sense that he thought you might come back. So he's just been kind of holding on for hope. From the question, I'm assuming you thought this school was going to be shut down? Yumiko nods.
だって嫌な言い方だけれどここはもともと私一人のためにあの人が作った場所だから。
Yeah, I was having to watch Supersize Me, and also at the same time, I remember one time going to McDonald's with my sister and a friend of ours, and we got the Shamrock Shakes from McDonald's. And you all know how McDonald's is when it comes to their shake machines, right? It was actually working that day. But the thing is that the person who made the Shamrock Shake, it's supposed to be fully green and minty. I went to go take a sip of my shake, and I got nothing more than a fucking mouthful of green food coloring, and I'm like, I am never eating this crap ever again. No thank you. When you disappeared, so did the meaning for its existence. That your line of thought?
だから戻ってきてすぐにそれが気になったのよ。卒業しているはずのスオさんまでいるし。
I was about to say, shouldn't Amani have graduated already? She's the oldest. She's older than everybody by a year, so technically she's 19 right now? The super senior in question responds with a bright, casual smile.
まあ榊さんとユージがいなくなった後そういう話も出たんだけどね。
Knowing what I know, it's a lot like smoking. You know it's bad, and sometimes you just accept it, right? I mean, I used to work for like Subway and Arby's, and trust me when I say this, I will never eat Arby's ever again. At least their roast beef and stuff. I will eat their chicken and I will eat their fries, but I will not eat their beef. It is absolutely disgusting. Sachi nods and follows up Amani's interruption with a comment of her own.
ミニベロを見せられて共謀してたんじゃないかって言われたりもしました。
Oh. I really am sorry about that. Must have been a real headache.
まったくよ。私がどれだけ苦労したと思ってるのよ。チルチルなんもしてへんやんけ。
Maki does not like shut up, me too. Just shut up.
思いつきでとりあえず首突っ込むのはやめた方がいいわよ。うっさいわね。私だってこの時いろいろと考えることはあったんだから。ユージが何を考えてるのか、ユミコがいつの間にそんな関係になってたのかとか。
I like how her voice just suddenly gets muted. She's talking to herself. I'm going to get back on topic now. The suspicion that they helped arrange our escape was cleared up eventually. Soon afterward, the principal informed everyone the school would be closing its doors.
でもそうなっちゃうとユージたちが帰ってくる場所がなくなっちゃうから、なんとかして私たちで残せないか学園長を通じてうまい具合に説得
She's
して
still
もらったのよ。
yapping! Oh my god, Michiru, shut up!
一体どういう風に？
ここが残っている限り、そして私たちがここに住んでいる限り、
風見さんたちが戻ってくる可能性がありますよと話をしてもらったんです。
さも罠を仕掛けるかのように地図に一芝居打ってもらったのよさ。
狙いは成功。学園も寮もひとまずは存続が決まった。まあしばらくの間は周辺を妙なのがうろうろしていたけど、それも時間が経つにつれて減ってきたしね。松島さんが見回りをしていたのもそのためだったのね。
ああ、そうそう、大事な任務だからね。
Red 40 is banned in Finland. You say that as I'm popping a peppermint in my mouth that has red food dye in it. You say that right as I pop one in my mouth. God damn it, Lumi.
今日当番なの忘れてたくせによう言うわ。
Play-Doh used to be edible. Ew. Gross.
みちる様、幸はいつもおそばにいますからね。
寝坊ぐらい多めに見てよ。あとサチ、かわいそうな子扱いすんなよ。
That's because you are a charity case, Michiru. I mean, what? Anyway, I think that basically covers your first question. Make sense?
ええ。ではもう一つ。これが本題だけど、どうやってこれからあの人に立ち向かうの？
Time to make some plans!
ここに戻ってきたからには何か考えがあってのことなのよね。
Oh, hi, Viasman. How are you? They added stuff to Play-Doh to make it taste bad because it was super poisonous and tasted good. Bad combo. Oh my god. Yeah, of course. Instead of continuing, I turn to Sachi and nod. Sachi indicates her understanding with a moment of eye contact, then opens the notebook PC she's been holding and turns in to face us. A spreadsheet program appears on the screen with a list of names in the first column and thick blocks of detailed information stretching out to the side.
これは？
Yumiko looks it over for a moment, then glances at me with a confused expression on her face. Before explaining that, let me ask you a question, Yumiko.
Huh?
You know, now that I think about it with the whole like Play-Doh thing, I remember trying it as a kid and it was like super salty and disgusting and I just never touched it afterwards. Why has your father, Sakaki Michiaki, been pursuing you so doggedly in the first place?
どうしてって、それは。あの人の会社の後継ぎに血縁のある私を添えて道具としていいように利用するため。娘だからどうこうというより先にそれが立っていると思うわ。
I nod deeply. That's right. Sakaki Michiaki leads the East Beach group, and he wants to make you into his puppet. Those are the two facts that caused this situation.
その通りよ。でも、どうして今更そんなことを改めて言うの？
You don't see where I'm going here.
まさか、あの人をトップの座から退けるということ？
I've seen a lot of videos where people are surprised by the color difference between American Fanta and EU Fanta. I mean, the taste is different too, but it's just because American Fanta is yellow dye. That's the same way with like Mountain Dew in South Korea too. It's like it's more like electric green, whereas here it's like it's I don't know, like it's just a huge difference in color variation. And I'm over here like, I would rather drink this stuff that has like a brighter green to it versus what I'm drinking now. Yeah, it's because a lot of the stuff that we have that is legalized and not really FDA approved, despite everything of like I don't know. It's FDA approved, but it's not exactly great for you. Yet it's still somehow legal in this country, but it's illegal in most places. It's freaking crazy. I had a friend in high school who was actually allergic to red dye. Had very restrictive eating because of foods having too many like food dyes and stuff in it. So Yeah, anytime she ate anything with red dye in it, yeah, it was almost similar to how somebody reacts if they were to get like stung by a bee or ate peanuts or something. You go like almost near anaphylactic shock. It was horrible. FDA approved just means you'll wake up tomorrow, maybe not next year, but but tomorrow. That was a bad taste stuff. Originally, Play-Doh wasn't even a toy; it was wallpaper clean. Wait, what? Play-Doh was originally wallpaper cleaner? I had no idea about that. Had a friend who could basically only wear green shirts because allergic to a bill. Wow, that's crazy.
はい、正解です、榊さん。
Yumiko shakes her head back and forth in disbelief.
無茶よそんなの。社長交代させるには取締役会の承認が必要だわ。そんなにうまくいくはずが。
こちらをご覧いただけますか？
Once again, Sachi gestures towards the screen of her notebook computer.
東浜グループは東浜ホールディングスという持ち株会社がすべての株式を保有しています。
Well, I mean, I'm glad his condition's better, but it still sucks having to wear, like, specific things because of allergies.
そしてその持ち株会社の株式の保有比率は
With a click on the trackpad, she flips from the dense spreadsheet to an easily incomprehensible pie graph.
公共の交通機関を所有している関係から国土交通省が約3割、他はおおよそ 10% 程度の保有率で電力、銀行、保険、
Damn,
建設
Sachi's
の
done some
各社が
research.
保有しています。肝心の榊道明氏の個人所有分は数%というところですね。
Oh, that's where she's got him.
ねえ、マキナ。サチってさっきから一体何言ってんの？
Here,
ねえ。
let me break it down for you, Michiru. Sachi's father may have the company name and the head figure of said company, but because of the shares and everything, he's got a small percentage in the grand scheme of things, meaning he can be overturned as president of the company if anybody decides to step up and overthrow him. That's essentially what she's saying.
いいからそこに置いてある魚味噌でも食っとけ。
Fish sausage, huh? You gonna give her another eraser there, Machina? This men's also made it so that bro was basically outside in just a t-shirt in 0-degree weather and was... Oh my god, that's crazy.
保有比率の件は分かったわ。でもそれがさっきの話にどうつながるの？
風見さんから依頼を受けて私たちはその切り崩し工作を行ったんです。
切り崩し？株式の所有企業をってこと？
いやー、榊さんを前にして言うのもなんだけどさ、お父さん結構恨み買ってる部分もあったみたいでね。
They delved deep into this one.
ガチガチかと思ったけど意外とうまくいったのよさ。はい、少々危ない橋も渡りましたが、風見さんの指令通り相手方をこちらにつけるための情報を確実に集めてまいりました。
Okay, you know what? I had like an inkling that this might have happened, but I did not expect it to be at this scale, considering, you know, they're high school students.
なんかよくわかんないけど、本当にあんたを敵に回したくはないわね、私は。
Michiru, you really should stop bleaching your hair. The bleach is getting to your brain. Way too much. Well, I can't disagree with Michiru on that one.
と言っても、せいぜい私にできるのは潜入工作レベルのことで、巨大な企業相手にあれこれといった。
Oh, Maleficent was such a good one. I've never been like a huge fan of Angelina Jolie, but she did an amazing job playing as Maleficent. Like, the only films I've ever truly enjoyed watching her in was Maleficent and the second film, and also Girl Interrupted. Anything outside of that, I was never really interested in it.
そうよね。だとしたら一体。
As Yumiko's face fills with questions, I lightly drop a hand onto the crown of her head. And that's why JB and I arranged a few things behind the scenes.
ユージと原寺さんは一体どのぐらい前から？
Oh my god, yes. Since right after our initial escape.
そんな前からだったの？
Oh yeah, that's right. She never knew that he was still in contact with JB. I forgot about that. 1 year ago, Yumiko and I chose to flee together. At the time, I said we were going to look for an answer, not just run away. And just as those words might suggest, I began a quiet search from the shadows, seeking a way for Yumiko to earn genuine freedom.
というわけで、現在の反主流派にはこのようなメンツがいるわけです。
I see. With a little prodding, we really might stand a chance. Alright, Lumi, no worries. To eliminate the problem posed by Sakaki Michiaki, we need only deprive him of power. It didn't take long for me to reach that simple conclusion, but as a fugitive with only a few students for allies, there didn't seem to be a practical way of making it happen. That changed, surprisingly enough, with a further proposal from JB. Sakaki Michiaki had meddled directly in Ichigai's internal affairs in this matter, inspiring widespread resentment. Oh, in other words, he fucked up. Big time. Certain higher-ups had directly authorized an attempt to arrange his dismissal. However, JB was in frequent contact with Sakaki Michiaki as our liaison. It was too dangerous for her to take any direct action. I was assigned her direct subordinate, a woman named Chiara, to assist in planning the coup.
現在はまだ過半数に達していません。今後は敵に気づかれないように協力してくれる勢力を増やしていくことが必要となります。
Right, I've already explained matters to the others at the door. Go ahead and get in contact with them as well.
わかりました。
To our extreme good fortune, there was already what JB called a hostile internal power operating inside the East Beach ownership, and it didn't prove difficult to make them into our allies. In any case, we carried our complex preparations forward carefully but steadily, aiming to arrange a day of reckoning. Not that I mentioned any of that to Yumiko at the time. Not too long ago, we finally managed to secure a majority for the opposition faction. I take out my cell phone and hold it up for Yumiko to see. You know how we hid out for a few days before coming here?
あれもこのことに関係していたの？
Just stalling for time while our allies called an extraordinary general meeting. Agenda is pretty simple. A resolution for a certain board member's dismissal.
解任動議。
That's right. We're going to have Sakaki Michiaki removed from the board of directors.
取締役を罷免。つまりそれが成立すれば代表でもなくなるということ？
Exactly. You can't be the representative director of a stock company. It's president if you're not even a director. I snap open my cell phone and type out a series of digits. It's the same number Yumiko called from a public telephone about a week ago, on the verge of giving up hope. The same call that nearly meant our defeat, but this time, it's a declaration of war. Time for the sass! In response to Michiaki's surly greeting, I firmly and clearly announce myself. This is Kazami Yuji. From the other end of the line, the man audibly catches his breath. All of a sudden, Michiaki shifts into an entirely different gear. There's obvious tension in his voice. I'm inside the prison you built. After considering this for the briefest of moments, Michiaki responds with a shout. Not brazenly, tactfully. Oh, you're good at guessing games. But then again, I suppose that one wasn't too much of a leap for you, was it? That's right. She's standing right next to me. If you want her back, come to the Mihama Academy dorm at 10 tomorrow morning. We'll talk then. I don't see any reason I should answer that question, but in general, President Sakaki, I'd encourage you to tread carefully. You have an impa-dimpa chat? I abruptly end the call, not bothering to answer Michiaki's question. Yumiko's still staring at me in slack-jawed astonishment. I turn to face her and deliver a reassuring little thump on the shoulder. There, we've got our actors in our stage. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the curtain to rise. Oh, he's so mad. Look at the vein on— oh wait, you can't see it. The vein on his head's popping out.
私だ。今から社へ向かうぞ。ああ、そうだ。ユミコの件で動きがあった。それと、一概
It ain't a kidnapping, my guy. She left on her own free will.
そうだ。ハルデラだ。あのスパイ女を陸将補経由で連れてこい。
Little does he know that Harudera was helping conspire against him this entire time, so he's about to make it even worse for himself.
明日の総会、そこに絡んでくる可能性も出てきた。逃げられる前に急げ。わかったな。
After completing our thorough explanation for Yumiko, we begin a final review of our plans for tomorrow. Yumiko and I will handle the actual discussion with her father. Everyone else focus on gathering information.
了解。
Sachi, I'd like you with us as a point of contact in case something we need to know about happens. Michiru, can you patrol the area starting early tomorrow morning and keep an eye out for any suspicious movements?
はい、わかりました。オッケー。
Alright, we'll gather in the lobby at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Same goes if there's any sign of movement before then. Let's finish the job, everyone. Dismissed. With that, everyone except Yumiko nods and gets to their feet. Since we've been preparing for this well in advance, there aren't any questions or objections now. All that's left is to assume our roles and see how it all plays out tomorrow. Yumiko calls out to stop us, and the others turn back to face her.
私急な話です。まだ理解できてない部分も多いけど、みんなが今回の
She feels guilty and she's probably about to apologize. I can already guarantee
よ
that.
くわかったわ。本当に。
Yep, and Yuji's about to stop her. Oh, wait, never mind. She stopped herself. Oh, wait, Amane did it. Huh. Just as the words start to leave Yumiko's mouth, Amane raises a hand to interrupt.
そこは謝るんじゃないでしょ。そんな答えじゃお兄ちゃんに怒られるのよさ。
Now you're RKOing Yumiko. Hello, High Tech. Welcome in.
はい、謝られるようなことはしていませんよ。私たちは。
This is why I find like so much of myself in each one of these characters. With like Yumiko specifically, she over apologizes and feels guilty for a lot of things she has no reason to. So this is what happens when she's supposed to say sorry. Somebody always freaking calls her out on it.
そうそう、謝るぐらいなら後でお礼言ってもらった方がいいわよ。
Oh my god, Dag. God damn it, I'm gonna smack you. Yumiko looks at everyone's face in turn, her expression still shadowed with guilt.
まあ、まだお礼を言われるにも早いんだけどね。ひとまずこの一件が終わったらみんなでゆっくり話しましょう。
I know, right?
そうさ。
みんな榊さんと仲良くなる前に離れ離れになっちゃったから、これからね。
Poor Yumiko. Even after our classmates leave, a conflicted expression lingers on Yumiko's face. I can see a complex mixture of gratitude, guilt, and anxiety in her eyes. On the whole, it would be fair to say the girl's still somewhat unsettled at the moment. It's hard to blame her after how rapidly events have developed in the last few hours, but even so, tomorrow she's going to have to confront the thing that's been holding her back all this time.
Yuji, もう寝ちゃった？
Yeah, having trouble sleeping?
Mm.
Oh, hi, Donnie, who's not here. I decided to have Yumiko sleep in my room tonight for security reasons, if nothing else. It's been a while since we turned off the lights and got in bed, but there's no hint of drowsiness in her voice.
ユージは本当に勝てると思ってる。
Her uneasy words echo inside the dark, quiet room. If I didn't, I never would have asked you that question in the first
本
place.
当に？
Yeah, compared to risking everything on a thoughtless bet, running away and keeping our heads down would have been the clear choice. Much less risk involved. I'm doing alright. Just a bit tired today. Outside of that, though, I'm doing alright. How are you? I hear clothes rustling softly on Yumiko's side of the bed. We've been lying down with our backs turned to each other, but it sounds as though she's turned to face me.
そうよね。ごめんなさい。あなたはいつも考えているものね。
She pauses for a moment, then sighs softly.
あなただけじゃない。寮のみんなにしても、私のためにずっと長い間頑張ってくれて。それに対して私は何一つとして役に立てない。
God damn it, Yumiko, stop it! Somebody get a fucking spray bottle for this woman.
こうしてお膳立てしてもらっても、未だに不安でいっぱいで、逃げ出したくなってしまう。
Not me, Yumiko! Oh my gosh. Yumiko, don't you remember what I told you at the very beginning? Fuck you, Weisman! Fuck you! God damn it! Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Oh, man. I thought I was pretty clear about this when I coaxed you out of that airplane. Nobody needs your guilt or apologies. Try gratitude. I feel like this conversation right now is what Weisman tells me all the fucking time. And I hate it. I'm being called out by a visual novel again. God damn it. All you have to think about right now is breaking away from your father in the Sakaki house. God damn it. Once you get your freedom, show your appreciation to the people who helped you. That's all the repayment we need. Fucking Christ, it still continues!
できるのかしら、私に。
I hate it here. Of course you will. You've made your own decisions for the last year, Yumiko. You've grown. Have a little confidence in yourself. And the onslaught continues. God damn it.
そうよね。スオさんにも言われたしね。せめてちゃんと返せるように。
I will see myself out now. I will see myself out now. My words seem to have at least some effect, as Yumiko mumbles vaguely encouraging words to herself. There's another rustling sound from the other side of the bed. She seems to have turned away from me once more. At least Yumiko learns. Listen, I try, okay? There's a lot of deep-seated guilt, okay? Right? I'm in this photo and I don't fucking like it. That's how I feel right now. It's not like I'm absolutely confident about our chances myself, and I'm sure as hell not qualified to be pompously preaching at Yumiko like this. The words I spoke just now were directed to myself as much as her, an attempt to persuade a coward to stand and fight for once in his life.
ユージ、お願いがあるの。
Yay for cowardice! Before too long, Yumiko speaks to me again. Sure, go ahead.
もう泣き言を言ったりはしない。みんなのためにも、ユージのためにも、
Oh, God.
自分のためにも、あの人に立ち向かう。だから、
It's always the serious moments where I get called out for this shit. She hesitates for a moment, then continues slowly.
最後とは思いたくない。でも、もう明日しかないから。
Wow!
抱いてほしい。
Asking for consent? Oh, thanks, Donnie. Asking for things when literally you freaking kissed him without consent while he was pretending to sleep. Oh my god.
もう一度だけ確かめたいの。あ
Hmm.
なたが、ユージがかけがえのない大切な存在だって、体で確かめたいのよ。
She has a very interesting way of saying, hey, fuck me. This time, I'm the one who flips over in bed. Yumiko's trembling slightly, even from behind. It's obvious that she's forcing herself to be brave. Thanks for that. I tried to avoid
Listen!
First, I gently place a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Understood. Just promise
Drink
me
water,
one thing
you
first.
dehydrated bitch!
Okay, fine. I'll drink more
You guys
water.
drinking water? I like that quote.
何かしら。
Promise me you won't think of this as the last time. We're going to be together for the rest of our lives, alright? That's a promise. Don't even let yourself think otherwise. Yumiko's back shivers again, just a little. She sniffles once before responding. Think I'll pretend not to notice the hint of suppressed tears in her voice. We need claws tonight? Oh yeah, that's right, we do. We do.
ユージ、
Oh right, how's D&D looking for tonight, by the way? I meant to ask you that earlier, but I was running late with a lot of shit. Letting the tension drain from her body, Yumiko yields herself to me.
抱いて、私を飲み込むくらいに。
Oh my god. Make me forget everything else. Gotcha. Works for me. With a nod, I slip my arms around her. Yeah, we all know what happens with this one. Even after we thoroughly confirmed our mutual feelings, Yumiko and I continued talking for a long time. She seems less uncertain than before. Her voice has regained something of its usual calm.
あの人のことを考えていたわ。
I don't know, Legion. What happens? Sakaki Michiaki? Yumiko nods slightly against her pillow.
私はあの人のことを恨んでいる。憎み続けている。だけど、
I
怖いぐらい
mean,
にあの人のことを
you
何も
think you
知ら
know
ないの。
someone when you really don't. From what Yumiko says, the man known as Sakaki Michiaki doesn't enjoy discussing his past in any detail. Any reader of economic magazines or websites can find an outline of his impressive academic background and professional accomplishments. But there's virtually nothing to be found on the more personal aspects of his life. Even the sexual scandals Yumiko described have been largely scrubbed from the narrative, where so little to be known about such a public figure suggests a concentrated effort to scare off or manipulate the media. The voice. God damn it. All I found is a loose sketch of the man's personality, repeated again and again. For the sake of expanding his corporate empire, Sakaki Michiaki will do absolutely anything. I wonder if something happened when he was younger. Human beings are shaped by their childhood experiences more than anything else. Even Yumiko doesn't know much about that part of her father's life, but there must have been something that made him into the ruthless obsessive he is today.
ユージを信じてる。でもあの人は
Alrighty, our ad break is fixing to start here very shortly. We're gonna go ahead and pop on over to our BRB screen for a couple of minutes with some words on stream while the ads run through. I highly implore everybody else that is here to get up, stretch, hydrate, take your meds, get a snack, do what you need to do for self-care, and we'll be back in about 3 to 4 minutes.
I remember the streetlights on the corner by the park we used to stay and drink past midnight till the sunrise. Talking shit, talk kid. We were friends that turned to lovers. Yeah, we fell into each other, but our love burned out like a cigarette. passenger seat, but life just passed us by. 'Cause we weren't meant to be, but you still got a piece of me. Ooh, and I know you hate my guts, but I swear I mean it. I hope you're happier now. Now that I'm gone, moving on. I know you wish I was burning in hell. I know you are just a memory love. And I still think about you sometimes when I'm fucked up in the middle of the night. You wish I was burning in hell, but I still wish you well. I hope you're happy now. I hope you're happy now. I hope you're happy now. I remember the streetlights on the corner by the park. We used to stay and drink past midnight till the sunrise, talking shit, a couple kids. We were friends that turned to lovers. Yeah, we fell into each other, but our love burned out like a cigarette. And I'm wishing that I would've said, I hope you're happier now. Now that I'm gone, moving on. I know you wish I was burning in hell.
Alrighty, we are back from ad break. Wait, your sense of comprehension is compromised right now? Oh my goodness, Ore. Hey, Chromager, welcome in. Are you okay, Ore? Do you need an adultier adult? Lame. Oh. I'm mentally still 15 sometimes. I don't think that feeling ever goes away, in all honesty. What's rude, Legion? What's rude?
Passenger seat, but life just passed us by. 'Cause we weren't meant to be, but you still got a piece of me. Ooh, and I know you hate my guts, but I swear I mean it. I hope you're happier now.
Okay, let me get rid of this notification here real quick, and then we can go ahead and put it. Oh, you're actually drawing that thing right now. Oh my goodness. Yeah, when it comes to words on stream, they have it set. You see the little lock like next to your name whenever you guess a word. That's the timer, and you have to wait for that to finish until you're able to actually process another word afterwards. It's kind of ridiculous, like how long they make you wait in between. But yeah. Wait, what was deleted? Oh. Oh, you're right. You're right. I completely forgot about that. I was like, wait a second. What got deleted? Twitch being Twitch. That's about it. But yeah, like I said, like in terms of words on stream, they have it set. There's like the set timer in between words that you can type out. I really wish they give you like some semblance of control over it, so that way you can actually, you know, decrease the time, especially if you have like a small number of people that are playing, so it makes it a lot easier for you to shift over to the next level. But it's unfortunate that they don't allow that. So is death by snoo snoo not allowed? Death by snoo snoo. Yes, Twitch logic. Exactly. Oh, Chromager, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. But yeah, we're currently at the scene, like, the night before all of this is about to take place with Yumiko and her father. Yeah, they created a retaliation team where, yeah, he's about to lose his position as president or something else might take place. We never know. I think I already know what's going to happen, but the way that it's panning out is absolutely different from what I remembered, but I didn't almost make my canvas. Oh my goodness, Lord. But yes, for those that are new here, it is in Japanese audio. I'm reading in English, so there's going to be a bit of a disconnect in terms of what's going on in conversation, unless you're actually looking at the screen, so I apologize for any and all confusion that will take place after this. Yumiko seems to shrink a little as she draws close to me.
大丈夫よね、ユージ。
Of course, rest assured. Embracing Yumiko with one arm, I run my hand through her hair, then stroke her cheek. And a few minutes after her trembling finally dies down, a peaceful drowsiness settles over us both. You have some outliers that are just like, I prefer English dub over the actual Japanese audio. Why? I could not begin to tell you. There's like a small handful of of anime that I will watch that is English dub, but no. Exactly. Like when it comes to hearing it in English, there's like this disconnect with how like they portray the characters' emotions and the way that they should, like the way that they technically should sound. It sounds like it's more forced, whereas in Japanese it flows more naturally. Wonder how they handled censoring in this game. They watered down quite a bit actually to make it more stream friendly. I actually want to go through the visual novel again with the uncensored version just to see how different it is, because there's a lot of like context and stuff that is missing in this, in all honesty. Yeah, they got a good night rest. How wholesome. People listen to it dubbed. Yeah, of course. So like with slight problems and stuff like that, that's absolutely fine, but it's just a lot of people who, you know, yeah. I'm more or less talking like a majority, not the minority of people who prefer dub versus actual like Japanese audio. I can't do it. The use of Oni-chan in English dub is it's cringe. It is absolute cringe. Oh hey, look, it's Harudeura-san.
緊急にとのことでしたので。
風見裕二から連絡があった。
Yes. There is such a stark difference. Yes, you did hear cringe. I mean, I've been speaking for over 2 hours now. That's enough cringe, right? God damn it.
Okay, so I know this is a really bad idea, but I'm already here, so here we
I'm gonna like to mention, because I just remembered, did you know that in the scenes where Aurora is growing up in Maleficent, Tom directing Maleficent? Oh yeah, that is. I remember that now. Honestly though, like I was saying, DBZ and Yu-Gi-Oh are kind of like the only exceptions when it comes to English dub that I will actually enjoy. I've been watching the latest season of DBZ with Weisman, and it's so weird because I'm so used to hearing it in English. Watching it, the actual like normal Japanese audio was it kind of slapped me in the face a little bit, but I'm more or less adjusted to it now. I don't know. I haven't watched like the original Japanese audio for Pokemon, in all honesty. I still remembered when I saw this scene because it looks so yeah, right? That's what I was thinking too, and I looked it up as well, and I'm just like, oh shit, that was her actual daughter. No wonder it flowed so naturally for her.
はい、その旨報告は受けております。
Yeah, I would assume so.
あの軍 がり、生意気にも私を挑発して
Washed
きた。
up?
ユミコを
Yuji
返して
ain't
ほしけ
washed
れば
up. You're washed up, or at
明
least
日あの
about to
辺
be,
境の
you
町へ
jackass.
来いとのことだ。
私どもの部下のやったこと、重ね重ねお詫びいたします。
Former
至急
subordinate.
現地に赴きまし
Former,
て
huh?
説得を。
そんな猿芝居はもういいんだよ、パルデラさん。
私はこの一件に関与していないと何度も申し上げ、証拠も提出したはずですが。
あくまで白を切り通すか。まあいい。ひとまず明日が終わるまではおとなしくしてもらうぞ。
Wow, the audacity of this guy.
おい、やれ。
はい。
社長、どういうおつもりですか。これは私どもに対する不当な行為であり、拘束など。
無論、あなたの上司の許可は得ている。表向きは泊まりがけのご招待だ。
Oh my god, this guy has gone off his freaking rocker even further than what he did earlier.
あなた方が何を企んでいるのかは知らんが、こんなくだらない騒動で榊家の野望を費えさせるわけにはいかん。
Who hurt this man?
あ
My
の軍人上がり
god.
は即刻排除し、ユミコは返してもらう。
Thank you for the look, Haizumi. I hope you're doing alright.
何のことをおっしゃっているのか分かりかねます。
軍人はどこまでも任務に忠実だな。その心があなたの部下にもあればよかったのだが。
Out of the options, what describes Yuji best? Abundance, second, healing, or peace? Hmm. I'm honestly not sure. I'm kind of torn between healing or peace, in all honesty. I'm only leaning more towards healing just because, like, his sense of justification and how he's actually helped, like, quote unquote, heal each one of these girls throughout their routes. But that's just me taking, like, more of a logical approach to it. Exactly. That was, yeah. Yep. That was my thought exactly. I'm just like, you know, healing would probably be the best option.
何か連中と連絡を取るかもしれん。電波の届かない地下にでも閉じ込めておけ。
I'm gonna toss her in the basement now too. Oh my god, this guy. He's desperate.
生きて帰れるだけマシだと思え。
And peace would also work as well. But I feel like peace and healing would probably coincide with each other because of that sense of peace that they get after the healing, but maybe that's why, right? Yeah, like there's just so many different ways that you can describe Yuji. Oh yeah, that's right. There are 2 more canon games after this. I forgot about those in all honesty.
あの人ならば間違いなく存在ごと消していただろうからな。
I may have to look at it. I'm not sure if it would be considered stream friendly though, if it's more more sexually charged than this one has been. By the time the morning light against my eyelids wakes me, Yumiko's already gotten out of bed and dressed herself. Noticing me stir, she turns back to face the bed.
ユージ、おはよう。
Well, it's been a hot minute since we've seen her in her school uniform. Her voice is clear and dignified. There's no hint of weakness or fear from last night's. I mean, yeah, but there's also the off chance that Twitch never necessarily, like, listed anything, possibly, that may or may not allow you to read it on stream. There's a lot of Cubchew in chat, too, by the way. I don't know, Twitch's guidelines are really weird. It sounds as though she steeled herself for what's coming. Yeah, morning. I roll out of bed and quickly begin my own preparations. A little while later, everyone's gathered in the lobby just as we arranged yesterday evening. There's 1 hour before our appointment with Michiaki. Time will use to make a few final preparations.
そろそろ時間ね。
Oh, you got a
待ってな。
turtwig.
裏口はしっかり固めた？
Freaking Amane. Her route was crazy.
サッチンと一緒に
So was Makina's.
もし侵入者があってもすぐにわかるようにはしてあります。
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna say this. Each one of their routes has been crazy in its own right. Yeah, that's... Well, this isn't gonna be a siege battle, but it never hurts to cover all your bases. Stay on your toes. How's it going on your end, Sachi? It's not on the list of prohibited games? I might have to check it out then. Sachi responds without taking her eyes off the screen of her
大
laptop.
丈夫です。予定通り臨時株主総会は開催されるようです。
At a glance, there's nothing odd visible from the video feed of the conference room she's monitoring. Okay, now we just wait for the villain to make his entrance. Forming my right hand into a fist, I lightly smack it into my left palm. Really? You had to go into absolute description with that one? Oh god, I can't remember, like, you know what? Hold on a second. Grisaia. Why is Grisaia Phantom popping up? Hang on a second. Oh, okay, you know what? I see nothing. Can't remember, I don't know the names. And almost as if someone's taken their cue, the sound of running footsteps approaches from outside the dorm.
来たわよ！なんかすごい大勢で来てる！
Extra as always, Michiru. Extra as always. Returned from her patrol, Michiru bursts into the lobby in a state of obvious consternation.
じゃあ行ってくる。
Oh yeah, right, it's Grisaia no Mikyu. Yumiko, who had been sitting on the sofa in silence throughout our meeting, rises gallantly to her feet. As the others watch with concern in their eyes, she slowly opens the door and heads outside. I follow quietly in her wake. See, I already know what's about to happen, but the way that they amped it up in the anime, just, it would happen so quickly. Like, I don't want to discuss it in chat because of spoilers and everything, but it's just the buildup of it. It was just really confusing. Because there was none of it. It was just jumped like, it jumped immediately into it. Oh, hi, it's a Steven. How you doing? An extraordinary spectacle greets us. Specifically, it's an absolute swarm of jet black cars, reminiscent of that parent-teacher conference visit, but on a far greater scale. I count more than 10 vehicles at a glance. Hard-faced men in black suits who could easily pass for gangsters form a solid row in front of their cars. The dorm's entirely surrounded. The unbroken ring of vehicles and men stretches around the building at a distance of maybe 10 meters. Clearly not interested in letting us get away this time. Probably only natural, given his long pursuit and the insult I delivered last night. But above all else, I think this display of force is a product of Sakaki Michiaki's sheer stubborn tenacity. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yumiko route is not that great, though. Sachi route is also... Yeah, I mean... I feel like out of all the routes that we've done so far, Sachi's and Yumiko's they felt like the least impactful in a sense, but not at the same time. As far as like Amane's, Makina's, and Michiru's go, though, I think Michiru's was honestly the most hard-hitting one because it's just something that she has to live with throughout her everyday life. And it's something that she'll never truly, like, quote-unquote heal from, in a sense. Because, well, I mean, she lives with another personality inside of her body, so the constant back and forth is just whiplash, but... I don't know. I really felt really bad for her throughout the entirety of her route, though, just because of the way that people treated her and knowing, like, how everything panned out with her past and everything. It's so messed up. The rear door of the car stopped directly in front of us swings open, with extremely deliberate movements, a single man emerges. A slender gray man dressed in a conservative charcoal suit. His glare is sharp as a knife and significantly less friendly. It's Yumiko's father, Sakaki Michiaki.
まさか予告通り、バカ正直にここにいるとはな。
Foolhardy? Nah. You're just stupid and don't realize what she's capable of doing. Oh, there is a safer work. Ooh, I'll have to look at it then. The first words out of his mouth are a toneless expression of surprise. As he looks over his daughter, the corners of Michiaki's mouth jerk up slightly into something resembling a smirk. Yeah, I kind of figured there'd be a lot of stuff missing.
少し痩せたんじゃないのか。
So there's a lame version, got it.
ええ。突然襲われたり、海外に連れ去られそうになったり、必要に追われたりしたから。きっとそのせいだわ。
I still laugh at the freaking nearly sent overseas. The freaking frozen turkey in the jet engine. God damn it. Yeah, I feel like with them censoring like the other versions or like the other variations of it, it's just like it convolutes the plot and just makes it less. It's just like I don't know if I would like that.
誰のためを思ってやったことなのか分かろうともせずに。
And I use the term plot very loosely because I think I've seen screenshots of that one and yeah. Sticky white cleaning fluid. God damn it, Dag. Michiaki's scornful expression gives way with disconcerting
Drink
smoothness
water,
to a
you
gentle smile.
dehydrated bitch!
Thank you for the hydrate
You guys
posture check and
drinking water?
stretch.
I like that quote.
I mean, technically speaking, I could, but I have a short attention span. I don't think that would work. I have a very short attention span. I will sit here and binge this and not pay attention. Michiaki's scornful expression gives way with disconcerting smoothness to a gentle smile.
ユミコ、今ならばまだ許してやる。最後の慈悲だ。お前が私の元へ戻ってくれば、その男を許してやろうじゃないか。
Judging by looking at the layering before, it's actually pigtails. It's just carefully placed like below the ears. It's somehow still not as short as her. I'm not sure. God damn it. I have a model with legs now, and the short jokes are still there. I can't win.
泣いて許しを超え、お父さんごめんなさいと謝罪しろ。そうすればすべて丸く収まるんだ。さあ、早く。
How egotistical and prideful do you have to be in order to demand an apology from your child for the shit that you did to her? You expect an apology from her? Bruh, what kind of fucking shit are you smoking to make you this delulu? God damn.
父親を信じられないのか。
Listen, you may be a father by blood, but you ain't no father by choice. Just saying.
あなたを父と思ったことなんて
Which she
あの裏切ら
basically
れた
just
日以来
expressed.
一度だってなかったわよ。
Oh, damn, that scornful snarl in her voice. I mean, you're clearly short. You can't read the clock, the wall. God damn it, Steven! God damn it! Yumiko's voice quivers with rage. Her teeth grinding audibly, she squeezes spiteful words out of her throat and fires them at Michiaki like arrows.
今日こうしてあなたの前に立ったのは娘として戻るわけでも泣いて許しを請うわけでもないわ。
Littles, oh my god. I have so many nicknames now.
おお、何のためだと言うんだ。
To separate herself from you? To put an end to it so she can have her freedom back? A gust of wind blows across the yard, kicking up a swirling cloud of sand. For just a moment, it hides Michiaki from view, and when he appears again, Yumiko's tightly pursed lips open.
あなたと決別するためよ。
I do have too many nicknames. Michiaki doesn't even flinch, but Yumiko presses on regardless, her eyes slightly downcast, letting the anger she's kept inside flow freely out of her.
ずっと孤独で
Title.
あなたから捨てられ何もない時間を過ごし一方的に呼び戻されて裏切られた
All model artists could be called doctors because they charge an arm and a leg. You know what? Even though I know that's a joke, that is absolutely fucking true.
私にとっては家族なんて存在しないも同然だった一方的に放り込まれたこの学園でも私は囚人同然の生活を押し付けられた
Oh, hi, Vivian. How are you doing?
何も考えられずずっと一人きりだったけど
Yumiko turns back. Her gaze lingers on me and Sachi, then turns to the dorm where other classmates are waiting. My goth influence has finally corrupted you? No, it's always been there. I just denied it. I just said, screw it. I'm just gonna go along with it. And here we are. Honestly speaking, I feel more myself using this model than I have with my previous one. I am not going to lie. I feel more comfortable in a sense. Like, there's no lore or anything behind this model. It's just, it embodies a lot of things that I personally enjoy for myself. Outside of, like, the cutesy stuff that I enjoy. It's still cutesy in its own right, but it's more or less just in line with what I enjoy. Embrace the darkness, help me to bring out Kingdom Hearts. Oh my god. Yes, a lot of nagging made me accept it, because it's just like, you know, I know I'm cringe as fuck. I'm unhinged as fuck. I get distracted. I'm directly challenged. There's a lot of things about myself, but the one thing that I can say, the duality of myself is between, like, liking pink and cute things to liking stuff like this and cute things on top of it, too. So I'm like, you know what? Fucking embrace it. Just say screw it. Just accept it. Don't deny it. And just fucking move on. I've never seen such a peaceful smile on her face
こ
before.
こには同じような傷を負った子たちがいたわすぐには無理だったけど少しずつゆっくりと話していくことができた
God damn it, Steven. What the fuck? Reaching for a high shelf and got black ink all over myself. Oh my god.
そしてユージが来たユージもまたいろんなことを私に教えてくれた私を人間にしてくれた
But yes, I have more or less found acceptance in this, just as like I found acceptance in liking the color pink. I denied liking it, not liking it my entire, well, I mean, I denied the color pink my entire life because I just grew up with the notion that I had to be someone that I wasn't, and I finally accepted it. Just like, you know what? I actually enjoy it. And now we're here on this end of the spectrum, and I'm just like, you know what? I like it too. Whatever. With a flutter of her hair, she spins back to face Michiaki once more.
なのにあなたはそれすらもまた奪おうとした
I mean, he's trying to take a lot away from you, girl.
私には空想なものばかりを与え心の通ったものは何一つとして与えようとも持つことも許さなかったでももう私は言いなりにはならない自分の口で喋って自分の手足で動いてあなたの人形になんかなり下がらない
She's finally directing her anger at the right person. I'm so happy for her, in all honesty.
あなたはたくさんのものを壊して潰してきたわお母さんだって裏切ってボロボロにした
Really, Braze, like, we're in the midst of a serious moment. Now I gotta end my sentences in uwu again. God damn it, uwu. I apologize for the cringe that you were about to hear, chat. Or at least, hearing now, uwu. Yumiko's eyes open wide in a furious glare, uwu. Her teeth snap together even more loudly than before,
あ
uwu.
なたみたいな
There's a wild giggle in chat,
感情のない
uwu.
父親だなんて言われたくなんかないのよ
Oh, damn, uwu. Ooh, shots fired, uwu.
生意気な口を叩くな
Why? You don't like your daughter being honest to you, uwu? Just start making run-on sentences? Oh god, no, please, no, uwu. I can't do that for extended periods of time, uwu. A harsh bellow cuts through the air, uwu. For a moment, Yumiko flinches back, uwu. She understands a lot more than what you do, my dude, uwu. Michiaki takes a firm step toward us, uwu. He speaks in a voice so low it seems to rise up from the ground underneath his leather shoes, uwu. Selfish? She's the selfish one? Oh, motherfucker, you got another thing coming, uwu.
それこそが父の夢であり、父と同じである私の夢だ。
Yes. Much hollow. Much wow, uwu.
父は私を人形にした。自らがその人形の中に入り、動き、大盗品を揺るぎなきものにした。私はそれを継ぎ、お前を新しい人形にして、器をさらに大きくするのだ。
Wow, I hate this man, uwu. The thing standing in front of Yumiko right now isn't a human being, uwu. It's the incarnation of an ambition handed down through the decades. A company in the shape of a man trying to swallow her into itself, uwu.
その大いなる前提の前に、個々の意志などゴミに等しい。そんなものを大切だと説かれたところで、何の考えもない。
I'm sitting here shaking my head right now, uwu.
人間じゃないわ、あなたは。
また小娘の分際で人間がどうだのと語るのか。もうたくさんだ。
The fuck is this guy? Really? Sheltered little girl? She was sheltered because of your selfishness, you asshole, uwu.
お前の母親もきっとそんな甘いことばかり言っていたから勝手に潰れていったのだろう。
I want to punch him, uwu. I blame you, uwu.
お母さんのことをそんな風に言わないで。元はといえばあなたが原因を作ったんじゃないの。
Oh, damn, uwu.
会社の発展のためにあの程度のことすら許容することもできなかった強量な女だ。
Much better,
私
uwu.
が責任を感じることなど何もないだろう。
I know, right?
全部
Now Yumiko is actually standing up for herself, uwu.
私に言ってきた言葉も態度も何もかもが。
さあ、
Angry uwus are too fucking funny, uwu.
実力行使に出てもいいが、荒っぽいことはしたくない。おとなしく車に乗るんだ。
Oh, fuck that. We didn't come all this way to get in a car with you, you freaking asshole, uwu. As Michiaki extends his hand, Yumiko draws back a step in refusal, uwu. The next words out of her mouth are delivered in a voice as cold as ice, uwu.
あなたはもう終わりよ。
Oh, damn, that tone of voice, uwu.
なんだと。
But this guy right here on the right, uwu? This is her father, uwu.
わからないの。なぜユウジがあなたを今日ここに呼んだのか。なぜ今日でなくてはいけなかったのか。
Yeah, she's standing up to daddy now, uwu. She's had enough of his shit, uwu. Michiaki's eyebrows twitch ever so slightly, uwu. A moment later, with an expression caught halfway between an angry scowl and an amused smile, he answers.
そうか。やはりお前たちがやったのか。
Ever so slightly, right?
そうよ。東浜ホールディングスの臨時株主総会。社長の解任動議が今日可決されれば、あなたは社長の座を失う。私を傀儡にして達成するはずの野望も、ここで完全についえることになるわ。
Oh boy. Michiaki listens to his daughter's words expressionlessly. There's no anger, no surprise, no scorn or fear. His face is simply blank, and somehow that indifference is more intimidating than any emotion could have been. Finally, a dry, rattling chuckle emerges from his throat. Oh,
何がおかしいの？
goddamn.
いいぞ、いいぞ、ユミコ。そうして社会のお勉強をするのか。これからの仕事に役立つな。いや、まさか自ら勉強してくれるとはな。
Can we just punch him, please? For the love of God, somebody just punch him. Clapping his hands together with easy confidence, Michiaki responds as if genuinely pleased by the situation. There isn't the slightest hint of anxiety in his cold, amused eyes.
まだそんな強がりを言うつもりなの？現実を見てからそんなふざけたことを。
強がり。そういうのはきちんと情勢を確認してから言うんだな。お前。
Yumiko turns around once more. Sachi is just lowering a cell phone from her ear, her face a ghastly shade of white. Oh boy.
あまねさんから今連絡が入りました。
Oh. Plan failed. The normally unflappable girl's voice shakes with disbelief.
賛成の道義に誰も立ち上がらないそうです。
What caused them to back out of it then? I know it had something to do with Michiaki, but still.
そんな。嘘でしょ？賛成するって言ってたはずなのに。
Yeah, I would assume they possibly got bribed for it.
口裏を合わせたかのように静まり返っているのよさ。これってダメなんでしょ？解任に賛成させなきゃいけないんでしょ？今すぐ連絡とかできないの？あまね。
Yeah, there's some level of bribery or threats.
ダメよ。私らが直接この人たちに言ったわけじゃないもの。すごく面倒なルートを通しての約束だから、話をするにしてもまたそのルートを通さないといけないわ。
じゃあこのまま黙って見ていろって言うの？どうしようもないのよさ。
It's time for Plan B!
そんな。
お前たちがあの市ヶ谷の女あたりと企んで反対派を動かしていたことぐらいは知っていたよ。まあ子供の革命ごっこがどこまで通じるのか興味半分で見ていたが、思った以上に勉強していたようで驚いたよ。構成してきちんとした学校を出れば使ってやらんこともないぞ。
Oh, I hate this man. I hate him with a freaking burning passion. As Yumiko bites down on her lip in frustration, Michiaki takes another step forward, his stride even larger and bolder than before.
さあ、今度こそ本当に終わりだ。私の人形になる覚悟を決めろ、ユミコ。
So cold and calculating, I swear.
いや、
覚悟を決めるのなら、そうだな。そこにいる軍人上がりのガキも、性欲処理用として飼うのを許してやらんでもないぞ。
Wow.
まあ、その代わりに、人間としての尊厳は極限までそぎ落とすがな。
そんなの許せるわけが。
Yumiko's still mounting her best attempt at resistance, but the momentum has shifted entirely in favor of her father. His face placid and composed, Michiaki takes another step forward. And this time, his cruel eyes flick over in my direction.
おい、軍人上がり。そこに突っ立ってないで。お前も何か言ったら。
He has a very punchable face right now. I would love to beat the crap out of it. His tone of voice is light, teasing. Oh, trust me, you're not the only one, Brazik. I want to break the freaking asshole's neck too. In strong contrast to her father's composure, Yumiko's voice twists with sorrow and fear. Without particularly reacting to either of them, I cock my head to the side and furrow my brow. Oh boy. Here comes a smartassness. That's funny. Do I hear a phone? Michiaki grimaces sourly in evident disappointment.
なんだと別に構わん。出るがいい。どうせすぐに電話など取り
They
上
see
げ
smartass and high tech just like, who called? You rang? Wrong. Does sound like a phone's ringing, but it's not mine. Somebody else must be getting a call.
何を一体言っているんだ
The man clearly seems to think this somewhat less than important right now. For the first time, I meet his gaze with a powerful glare of my own. You still don't understand. It's your phone, with a very important call.
私のだと
Dubiously, Michiaki reaches up for the pocket of his suit. The instant his hand touches a softly buzzing cell phone, his bemused expression changes to one of pure surprise.
なぜ貴様に分かった
Not important. You should probably answer right away. Take a look at who's calling.
なんだとこんな時にどこの誰が
Muttering complaints to himself, Michiaki glances down at the screen. His face stiffens instantly.
村松国土交通大臣からだと
Oh boy. He hurriedly presses down the answer button, his attention now focused solely on the phone. The rest of us no longer seem to even register.
もしもし村松大臣ですか榊です榊でございますやっと出てくれましたか榊さんあ申し訳ございませんちょうど今お話ししておりました総会の最
A
中でして
meeting, huh? A meeting. This isn't a meeting, it's a fucking stalemate right
その
now.
総会のことで連絡があってね手短に言うよ
Oh boy.
はあ事情が変わってね君を支援することはできなくなったすまないが潔く社長の座を降りてくれたまえ
Oh, damn.
えまあ心配しなくとも相応の名誉職ぐらいは用意しておくからそれで納得するんだな
Somebody lost his power.
そんなどういうことですか大臣あんたも面倒な部分に触れたもんだ同情するよ
Damn. The coldness in his voice as he says that, though.
どういうことですか大臣
Hang on a second. It disconnected from
Drink
Twitch,
water,
really?
you dehydrated bitch! You guys drinking water? I like that quote.
Hang on a second. Uh-oh. Tits is not responding. There we go. Also, hi, Nixter. How are you? Thank you for the hydrate posture check and stretch.
浜根さんはい解任賛成が
Normal?
わかりました伝えます
I know, I fixed it. It should be fine now. I'm alright. Just wanting to break the neck of this, of Yumiko's father right now. There we go.
風見さん今天音さんから連絡があって社長の解任動議が可決されたと様子見だった企業も次々と解任賛成に回り最終的に8割の票を集めたそうです
Damn. 80% of the votes, though. I nod casually to acknowledge Sachi's report. Thought as much. Just how JB told me it would play out. Entirely on the other end of the emotional spectrum, Sakaki Michiaki stands before me in stunned, furious disbelief. It's hard to believe he's the same man who was so full of confidence before that phone rang. Squeezing his cell phone with a quivering hand, he glares at me with an expression full of undisguised wrath.
お前らなぜだどうしてそんな
This is what happens when you fuck around and find out, my guy. Reminds me of Yumiko's reaction when I brought her here yesterday. The man simply can't process the situation he's found himself in. I'll explain.
Mandels, it's time to be nice to yourself and pull out a card.
Alright. Take a break from this real quick. Okay, I almost dropped like half my deck of cards. That would have been a fun mess to clean up. Alright. 2, 3, 10, 11, and 12. Oh, damn. Alright. Listen, bitch. Blurt out your ideas, or hold them back and see what doesn't happen. I don't know, sometimes my ideas are very far-fetched and, makes absolutely no sense. Stepping up protectively in front of Yumiko, I approach her trembling father. It's just as you said. No matter how much a group of children struggle, it's fundamentally ridiculous to imagine they could stage a large-scale corporate conflict. Like, god damn it, Dag! Convincing the opposition to move would have been nearly impossible unless people holding genuine power were leading the charge. However, there was one lever which could undoubtedly move even those deeply cautious men. Oh my god, I think my meds are wearing off. An organization possessing tremendous influence, and the largest stockholder in the East Beach Group. Once JB obtained a route to them through a certain connection of hers, our victory was all but assured. They were the focus of our attention from the very start, but as I'm sure you know, it never hurts to be doubly cautious in this sort of thing. That's why we attacked the problem from so many angles over the last year. After all, we were up against Sakaki Michiaki. If we spent all our time messing with the Ministry of Infrastructure, I expected you'd catch on and devise a counter-strategy. JB's connection had overwhelming influence over the ministry, but Michiaki might still have managed to turn the tables on us if our movements were exposed in the early stages. We needed to set the wheels in motion without tipping him off to our real plans until the very last moment. That was the primary objective of all our other movements. Therefore, we started building ourselves a pseudo majority, knowing full well it would fall apart in the end. We let you see a bunch of children sniffing around. Gave you a nice, easy target to undermine. Bingo! Exactly. Yeah, how's it feel to be outplayed by a bunch of fucking children, as you put it? Michiaki's cell phone clatters to the ground, his head slumps over sagging shoulders. The arrogance from a few minutes ago has vanished without the slightest trace. Where's the desperation gonna come in now? I feel like it's gonna happen. Muttering reproachful words to no one in particular, he drags himself back to his car and climbs slowly inside. The black-suited men surrounding the area, perhaps sensing their employer's defeat, hurriedly begin to withdraw. With the roar of a dozen engines, clouds of dust from many tires fill the air, as if to mark the conclusion of our battle.
Yuji!
God damn it, Amane. Amane bursts out of the door moments later. Makina and Michiru follow in her wake, their faces overflowing with joy. Yeah, sorry for startling you.
もうびっくりしたわよ。最初からそういう仕込みだったなら言っておいてくれればよかったのに。
Why do that when it's much easier to not do that?
はい、私も連絡を受けた時は寿命が縮む思いでした。あんたが言うぐらいだから相当なもんよね、サチ。
ともかくこれで晴れて榊さんは自由の身なのよね、ユージ。
Yeah, sorry about the drama, Yumi. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Just like the others, Yumiko's face is filled with relief at our come from behind victory. Or so I'd imagined. But when I turn around, I find something else entirely. Yumiko? Yumiko's turned her head in a different direction from the rest of us. No less still and quiet than before, she's gazing far off into the distance. Think you guys can head back inside before us? I turn to our friends, who nod quickly and return to the dorm. After watching them all enter the building, I fix my eyes on Yumiko once more. Her face is fixed in the direction that the group of cars disappeared. The eyes of Sakaki Michiaki's only daughter are quietly gazing after the man who stayed her bitter enemy until the very end. Yumiko. I call out her name once more, but Yumiko doesn't move, and her expression doesn't change. She's not crying. It doesn't look like she's grieving. Her face is simply lonely. The clouds of dust that had been dancing through the air eventually fade away as the wind carries them out to sea. The familiar campus has returned to a familiar state, and still, Yumiko stands rooted to the spot. As I watch her from behind, I hear the cry of a kite overhead, like a shrill note on a flute. The small black bird of prey glides serenely past us, making its way to the ocean, just like one I saw on the rooftop of this dorm once. It's a painfully normal summer scene, almost as if someone's trying to remind us how small our struggles are, how insignificant our hatreds. No matter how much power you hold, no matter how wise and widely respected you may be, there's one force you're completely powerless to resist. No one in the world's capable of stopping the flow of time. True, spend enough money and you can usually prolong your life a little, but that's hardly the same as stopping or reversing the relentless march of the years. Back in the old days, there were rulers who thought systems of hereditary inheritance could grant them dominion over time. But open any history book and you'll find plenty of proof that was just another way of struggling in vain against the inevitable. Strict codes of law, beautiful writings, wise teachings, all these too eventually fade away. Still, there are always people who struggle against that oppressive rule, studying the failures of those who went before and seeking immortality through lines or deeds. And there are those who live ephemerally in the moment, ignoring the current of time entirely. Perhaps that's a valid means of escape in its own right. God damn it, Dag. But no matter what approach we take, we're all fighting a losing battle. Some few among the most determined and brilliant may manage to build a milestone. But compared to the vast and unending road itself, such monuments aren't particularly significant. Time's an absolute tyrant. Everyone's powerless to resist its might. However, if you look at the matter from another angle, time's also our supreme problem solver, the ultimate healer of wounds. Given enough time, a Gordian knot too tangled for human hands to undo will naturally slip apart and return to its original form. Through the passing of years, a hardened clump of stone that won't dissolve under water or melt in fire will disintegrate all on its own. Time doesn't rule through fear alone. Like all that's truly absolute, it exerts its power indifferently over good and bad alike. Oh, we're going on a morning run, huh? Running my usual morning course, I breathe in and out at my usual steady rhythm. There's no hesitation in my movements. I could run this route in my sleep by now. I'm not bothering to measure or anything, but my heartbeat and calorie burn are probably exactly the same as they were yesterday. From a long-term perspective, it'll probably only be a few years before my current peak physical condition gives way to a slow, gradual curve of decline. But looking back over the last few years, my specs have stayed exceptionally consistent. I've never been negligent in keeping myself ready for emergencies of any kind. My master really beat that lesson into me, I guess. Running comes so naturally to me now that it's very easy to detach my mind from the movements of my body. I often find myself thinking over all sorts of things. My master was a great believer in staying on your toes, preparing for the extraordinary in the most ordinary of times. Always think ahead, always stay prepared, always follow your routine. In the course of the monotonous daily training, there were times when everything seemed so calm that I couldn't help doubting the importance of all that. But I've been plunged abruptly into crisis often enough to recognize that peace-addled complacency for what it is. Even just over the last year, this sort of readiness proved immeasurably important. Still, I'd really like things to stay relatively peaceful for a while. Trying to drive a subtle shadow of unease from my mind, I focus on carrying out my comfortingly familiar peacetime training. Oh my god. Yep. I'm starting to stumble over words now. The late summer sun creeps into the sky, gradually warming the earth below. It's been 2 months since we returned to this place, and in reality, nothing too dramatic has happened in that time. Even compared to the peaceful time I spent here before, nothing's really... well, no. I suppose there have been a few minor changes in the previous routine.
Listen!
Oh, you got ad break here in less than 3 minutes. I'm back. For one thing, I've started consistently saying this phrase immediately after returning to the dorm. There were occasions when I said those words before, but it was a pretty uncommon event, reserved for when somebody happened to be in the lobby when I opened the door.
おかえりなさい、ユージ。
But now I've got a reason to announce my return every single time. Namely, there's always a certain someone here to say those words to. Sorry about slipping out. I was a little worried you might not be getting enough sleep, waking up at the same hour as me.
あなたと一緒に寝起きしているんだから、そうでもないわよ。はい、タオル。
Thanks. Taking the towel from Yumiko, I roughly scrubbed the sweat off my face. And when I look up again, an attractive young woman standing very close to me with a distinctly wistful expression on her face. Slightly exasperated, I heave a quiet sigh. Look, Yumiko, I think we've been over this before.
いや、わかってる。わかってるから。
Waving her hands in the air, she interrupts my earnest warning in a flustered tone of voice.
ここは公共の場。だからそういうのは部屋に戻ってからにしないかって。そうよ。
Oh, come on, just fucking kiss her, my guy. That's right. Glad to see you got the message after all.
だから、その。軽く抱き
Yes,
し
go
め
in
る
for the
ことは
hug and then go in for the
今
freaking,
我
like,
慢する
attack.
から。
Do it, Yumiko. You know you want to. Look, woman. Is this seriously the same person who used to swing a box cutter at me every time we met? Turning her blushing face slightly away, she flutters brief glances in my direction. Don't think I'll say this to the girl herself, but it's not far from the sort of come-hither look you'd get from pros in a red light district. I mean, yes, I do understand this is the product of sincere affection, but seriously, when the girl's this blatant about it, it's hard not to get suspicious. Something Makina told me once comes to mind. To wit, women of the Kudere tribe are a pain in the ass. They're not used to showing affection, so once they do go sweet, they'll give everyone in a 3-mile radius cavities. I mean, he ain't wrong about the Kudere aspect, though. That said, giving her the cold shoulder would just be making more trouble for myself in the long run. Just yesterday, I tried brushing off Yumiko's excessive demands for public displays of affection. She retaliated with hours of sulky, reproachful glaring? I know. Still falls into the cute category, but the effort involved in smoothing her feathers after the fact only amplifies the pain in the ass factor. And so, I decide to give into her demands like the hopeless sap I am. Fine, here we go. Pulling Yumiko over to me, I embrace her lightly at arm's length. I did wipe myself down a little with the towel, but I'm still just back from exercising. Can't exactly go for the bear hug.
ユージ。
Yep, ad break is actually fixing to start here in a couple of seconds, so we will return with this in about 3 to 4 minutes. We're going to pop on over to our BRB screen. I highly implore y'all get up, stretch, hydrate, get a snack, take your meds, do what you need to do for self-care, and we'll be back shortly for more of this madness. Hopefully we actually get through the rest of the bad route afterwards. Yeah.
I remember the streetlights on the corner by the park. We used to stay and drink past midnight till the sunrise, talking shit, couple kids. We were friends that turned to lovers. Yeah, we fell into each other, but our love burned out like a cigarette. And I'm wishing that I would've said, I hope you're happier now. passed us by. Cause we weren't meant to be, but you still got a piece of me. Ooh, and I know you hate my guts, but I swear I mean it all. I hope you're happier now that I'm gone, moving on. I know you wish I was burning in hell. No, you are just a memory lost. And I still think about you sometimes when I'm fucked up in the middle of the night. You wish I was burning in hell, but I still wish you well. I hope you're happy now. 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 I remember the streetlights on the corner by the park. We used to stay and drink past midnight till the sunrise, talking shit, a couple kids. We were friends that turned to lovers. Yeah, we fell into each other, but our love burned out like a cigarette. And I'm wishing that I would've said, I hope you're happier now that I'm gone, moving on. I know you wish I was burning in hell. No, you are just a memory left. And I still think about you sometimes when I'm fucked up in the middle of the night. I know you wish I was burning in hell, but I still wish you well. I hope you're happier now.
Okay, we are back from ad break. Go ahead and turn this off.
I remember the cabin in Tennessee. We
Well, not fully off, but turn autopilot off.
you looked like heaven in the passenger seat, but life just
Alrighty. Back to this. Oh, there was a trap bench in chat and I missed it. I'm sad now. God damn it, the way... Oh my god. And as if to say, the hell with your thoughtfulness, the woman dives forward and nuzzles her pretty face against my chest. Already in heat first thing in the damn morning. I think you're aware, but I kind of stink right now. Don't cling to me like that.
いいのいいなユージの匂い
Oh my
男って
god,
感じ
Yumiko.
がすごくする
It's so manly. If your past self could see you now, she'd probably break down in tears.
そうかしらむしろ昔の私は幸せすぎて泣くんじゃないかしら動いちゃダメじっとしてて
Honestly. Hey, Yumiko.
なに
Charming as it is to watch you get drunk off my body, I think it's time for you to back off now.
何よもうちょっと堪能させなさいよ It's
Oh my god, she's so extra.
これが毎日私を押しつぶして
Oh my god. Well, I don't personally mind if you want to continue grunting in satisfaction while fondling my pecs, but I'd recommend taking a look behind you first. Oh no, here comes the embarrassment.
え
Yumiko getting a little too high-strung with Yuji hugging her.
いいな、ユージの匂い。
I had a feeling it would have been Amane that was behind her.
いやー、人間長く生きてみるものね。こんな光景を毎日見ることになるなんて少しも想像できなかったわ。
Smugness on Michiru's face too.
人間の無限の可能性を感じるのはみちる様だけではなかったのですね。この小峰幸、毎日が発見の連続です。
Oh my god. You gonna run to your room now, Yumiko? Cause Magina trots energetically up to Yumiko, currently frozen solid. The intensity of her grin is genuinely unpleasant.
お兄ちゃんの裸を思い出して燃え上がっちゃったんだよな。でも朝からこういうことしてると夜の生活バレバレだからやめとけ。
This is why I just adore Makina. Thumping Yumiko's shoulders in a companionable way, she barrages her with merciless words. Oh, hi, Revy. How are you? She's about to buckle. She's about to buckle. The young woman in question, her hands still frozen pitifully in the air where my chest had been, looks around the lobby like a high school drama student doing their best imitation of a robot.
ああ、朝から脂っこいの見ちゃったせいで胸焼けしたわ。
I know,
戻ろう
right?
戻ろう。
そうですね。榊さん、どうもごちそうさまでした。
God damn it, Sachi.
ユミコ、最低限の人間の尊厳は保つようにしなさいよね。
Wow, Michiru, so judgmental. So judgy. One by one, the others give the statue-stiff Yumiko a friendly slap on the shoulders, then saunter off mocking her. There's some real affection underneath those wry smiles, but also undeniably a good deal of exasperation mixed in as well. Hey Yumiko, you alright? No, she is not okay. She's about to have a mental breakdown. I'm going to take that as a no. Yumiko, stunned speechless, lets out an anguished grunting moan of the sort I'd usually expect from Michiru. Oh, hi! Oh, new model. Hehe. How you doing, Revy? We've actually had more than a few incidents like this over the last 2 months, but today was exceptionally bad. Well, I tried to warn her. Maybe that will be a bit of a lesson to the girl. Can only pray she'll finally cut down on the public dere somewhat. Yes, it's a Revy. I see that, Ore. You know, the art style of this reminds me of like a cartoon or something that I came across at one point. And maybe that's why I have such a liking towards it. It's actually really cute. Thank you for that. I'll be uploading that after stream. Ooh, bonkies. What? What? What are we saying eh for? I said uploading, not updating. I'm sorry if it sounded like I said updating. I meant uploading. Donut line is down, so I didn't get to. Aww. Same thing, brain frazzled. That sucks. I don't know. I think it's like a blessing and a curse all in the same turn. Earth to Yumiko. I'm going back to the room now, alright? Shaking my head with a smile, I head back to my room. She's still standing there and just awestruck right now. Poor girl. By manipulating the Minister of Land, Transport, and Infrastructure, we succeeded in removing Sakaki Michiaki from his role at the top of the East Beach Group, putting an end to his pursuit of Yumiko. The director we successfully raised up as an opposing power, essentially a puppet of the government, has already discontinued Michiaki's aggressive strategy of expansion in favor of a much more stable and low-risk style of management. East Beach Group has shed its image as the Sakaki family's personal empire. With surprising speed, it's being reformed into a very different kind of enterprise. Someday, people probably won't even remember that they were once mocked as bandits. As for Mihama Academy, it's going to be closing its doors. There are potential PR issues because of its connection to Michiaki's struggle with his daughter. And on a purely practical level, the new management took issue with the lavish, inefficient spending that defined Mihama's administration. They did explore restoring it as a more conventional school, but given the location and circumstances, it was estimated that attracting a sufficiently large student body would prove difficult. In the end, the project was simply abandoned. Then again, from beginning to end, this school never had more than 6 students. Putting aside the facilities and funding, once that framework changed, Mihama would still have stopped being what it was. In exchange for the academy's closure, the dormitory was allowed to remain open in a different form. Without a school attached, it's become a simple apartment building. They entrusted the management to the former students for the time being, enabling us to continue our lives virtually the same as before. Everyone's using this place as a launchpad for the next stage of their lives. Amane will apparently be leaving to help out at her family's traditional restaurant with Makina once their preparations are in order. Hachi and Michiru are going to be transferring together to a boarding school the principal recommended. However, even if we all end up leaving this place behind, we've made plans to periodically meet up again. The 6 of us may have been born in different places, but in a way we all feel as if we grew up here. Although we've regained our familiar daily life, little by little things are starting to change. And Yumiko's certainly no exception. After dramatically transforming her world, she's trying to adapt herself to a whole new routine. Thanks for helping with breakfast.
Hi, どうぞ.
Wow, she actually learned how to cook and not, like, break things? Oh, what song do you have stuck in your head now? Eating my meals around this table with Yumiko already feels completely natural. Today, we've got grilled salmon and boiled greens and soy sauce that I made, and a soup and rice courtesy of Yumiko. Yeah, looks like you got in the hang of miso soup now.
本当?
God, a bowl of miso soup sounds so good right now. Why would I lie now? It really is good.
よかった。嬉しい.
Her eyes full of relief, Yumiko favors me with a sincere smile. Since we started living together in my room, the girls gradually eased her way into cooking. At first, she was burning pans more often than cooking food, but under the strict tutelage of Madame Suo Mane, she's finally learned how to make miso and other simple soups. You're learning boiled food next, right? Amane was pretty enthusiastic. Sounds like she enjoys teaching you. Oh, we said we meet up at... Oh.
何か体があるような気がしてならないわ。
Well, the two of them have finally gotten friendly enough to use each other's first names, so I guess that lingering tinge of jealousy isn't anything to be that worried about. Amane's probably just playing around for the most part, but since I'm clearly part of the issue, I can't exactly stick my head in either way. Seeking a change of subject, I reach out for my rice bowl. Looks like you got the rice just right too. When I look across the table again to praise Yumiko, I find her chopsticks paused hesitantly in mid-air. What's wrong? You're not eating. I call it to her again. She starts a little, then smiles.
ちょっとね.
Is she pregnant? Morning light flows in softly through the window. The faint touch of sun on her skin makes Yumiko's smile seem almost eerily gentle.
なんだか今でも信じられない.
She's not... I'm so used to her acting in a different manner that this is just foreign to me.
こうしてみんなと楽しく生活して、ユージとも
We
一
have a
緒に暮ら
wild
せる
card
なんて
Costa in chat.
昔だったら絶対にありえなかった。
Before, Yumiko was always alone. The girl absolutely didn't choose that solitude. She always longed to have someone at her side, and many times she tried to convince herself there would be. Those hopes were betrayed again and again. Yumiko plunged into despair, gave up on connecting with others, and hid herself from the world. But after she came to this dorm, her walls slowly began to crumble.
小さい頃、
あんなに人が怖くて、もう関わることなんてやめようって思ってたのに。
Yumiko warmed up to our classmates, she fell in love with me, and her solitude family came to an end. Considering the way she used to be, it's not surprising she'd find all this a little hard to believe.
ありがとう、ユージ。
Yeah, I'm happy for you, Yumiko. That smile's coming from the heart. Yumiko looks genuinely content, like someone who's gotten everything they've ever wanted. But when the girl talks about how happy she is, sometimes I see a very slight shadow fall across her face. And although it's just speculation on my part, I think I know why. Through a trap, Sakaki Michiaki lost everything he had built in a single day. Tripped up by the willful daughter he wanted to manipulate like a puppet, the man vanished in defeat. The supremely arrogant emperor who stepped out of the car that day left a crushed and broken man. Those deeply contrasting images are still crystal clear in my memory. And for Yumiko, his daughter, that moment must have left a far stronger impression. There wasn't just hatred in her eyes as she quietly watched her father disappear. I'm sure many complex emotions were running through her mind. I have no freaking idea. Thank you for the hydrate.
Dehydrated bitch. You guys drinking water? I like that
There's still
quote.
5 minutes, but I'll just go ahead and take my meds 5 minutes early. I'll do that while I get my hydrate in. That way I don't forget. Welcome back, Lumi. Is that a Pokemon? Or, I mean, maybe? Following that incident, Sakaki Michiaki essentially abandoned both his personal and professional life. The mass media he'd previously muzzled through force briefly latched onto the dramatic overthrown tyrant storyline, but in time their interest died out. By now, the man's already becoming part of the past. Michiaki still got a nearly 10% stake in the group, along with a new honorary position, so he shouldn't exactly be starving. Still, he's been lying low to the point that it's almost unsettling. Sometimes I can't help wondering if he's lurking in the shadows somewhere, steadily plotting revenge and working toward a comeback. But that hypothesis doesn't really stand up to scrutiny. I couldn't see any hint of spirit in the hollowed-out shell of a man who climbed back into his car that day. And judging from the way she watched him go, Yumiko probably sensed something similar. Her father had been the focus of all her hatred for years. He was the ruthless creature who chained her down. But underneath his armor, he was just one incredibly frail human being, every bit as weak as Yumiko herself once was. Watching her father stripped naked and chased from his place in the world, the girl no doubt felt a painful twinge of recognition and empathy. Blue turtle fossil? Oh. To survive, to carve out her own place in the world, there was no choice but to overthrow him, but that doesn't mean it left an entirely pleasant taste in her mouth. Yumiko? Again, there's that slight hint of listlessness in her expression. Even when Yumiko's acting cheerful, I can't help picking out these slight signs of fraying at the seams. Who's that Pokemon? You keep stopping your chopsticks.
大丈夫。なんでもないわ。
I've been refraining from asking Yumiko about this. She obviously hasn't even begun to sort out her own feelings yet. It'd just be cruel to make her dwell on it even further. It's Pikachu! Alright, I know what you're thinking about.
何？
God damn it, Yuji. Moving smoothly around the table, I pushed her down to the floor. We got interrupted halfway through, didn't we? Maybe you wanted something like this?
そんな。そうでもあるけど。
So I cover it up with a white lie. And Yumiko, for her part, accepts that lie.
ダメよ。急にそんな。まだこんなに明るいのに。
Oh, you know, floor sex. Her words are hesitant, but her fingers twine through mine. As if to request the next step, her entire palm squirms coquettishly in my grasp. Your hands seem to have a different opinion. I'm not sure who to believe. Like, he just goes around the table and just pushes her to the floor like it's nothing, and I'm just like, huh? Seems she wasn't really rejecting me. I leaned down and pressed my lips against hers. Pretending not to notice the wounds on each other's backs, we run our hands across the undamaged surface alone, seeking comfort. This whole game is about sex and eating people. I know we'll have to treat those wounds eventually. But right now, we need time. We need this. Yumiko hasn't had real peace for practically her entire life. At the very least, I want to give her a chance to think. Oh, cucked again. Damn. Suddenly, shrill electronic music fills the air. We stop and smile wryly at each other.
ごめんね。ちょっと待って。
With one more brief peck on my lips, Yumiko pulls herself out from under me. She flips open her bleeding cell phone and glances at the screen.
弁護士さんだわ。
After letting me know that, she picks herself up off the floor and presses the answer button. Thank you! That noise is getting so annoying.
はい。先日はありがとうございました。
Yeah, this visual novel uses a lot of words you typically would not see. I know, right? The fucking cock-blocking cell phone. God damn it. Yumiko recently hired a lawyer to sort through the legal issues involved with our situation. He's also helping make arrangements for managing the Sakaki family's property now that Michiaki's all but fallen off the face of the earth. The family affairs are understandably chaotic at the moment, so it's a lot for Yumiko to handle on her own. Still, she's been diligently negotiating, selling off what needs to be sold, and trying to keep things from falling apart. Yeah, right? Sorry I couldn't get to you soon. I was being held down by something. I assume this phone call is another update on their progress. But the peaceful conversation I was expecting changes dramatically with a small cry of surprise from Yumiko. It's not just the tone of her voice. The calm look on her face gives way to a grim and severe expression. More than a little concerned, I pick myself up off the ground and watch.
はい。はい。ええ、わかりました。では明日。
Oh boy, what happened this time?
はい。
After hanging up the phone, Yumiko gazes down at the screen in disbelief, not speaking a word. Did something happen? This time I find myself unable to bite my tongue. Yumiko, her face still blank with shock, finally turns to face me.
あの人が。
I know, right? After that, just stay on the fucking ground, my guy. Uh-oh. What did he do? That man. There's nothing in the phrase to suggest Yumiko's talking about a relative, but there's only one person she refers to that way.
あの人が。私にすべて譲渡したそうよ。
Huh? Everything? Same brain cell, Yuji. Same brain cell. Everything? Confusion in her eyes, Yumiko nods shortly.
あの人の持っていたすべての株式を私に譲渡した。
Huh? Sakaki Michiaki did? Yumiko doesn't respond. She just gazes intently down at her phone, complex emotions flitting across her face, almost as if the man in question was standing in front of her. It's the same expression that was on her face 2 months ago as she watched her father disappear. An expression of loneliness, anger, and profound sorrow. Why would he suddenly just like disappear for a couple of months and then come back and just give her everything? 3 years later. The muted murmur of a television echoes through the spacious room. There's no other sound to be heard. Half submerged in a plush sofa, I abruptly open my eyes at the sound of a voice on the television. It's a very familiar voice, one I've been hearing on a daily basis for a long time now. No, he wasn't necessarily like a Yakuza boss type, but he was more or less just... I don't know. It wasn't Yakuza-like though. He was just very hard-pressed and very like robotic about his movements and everything, so... I think he more or less used like intimidation. Yeah, it's a time skip. Must have nodded off halfway through. I moved my eyes back to the enormous LCD screen mounted on the wall. Yumiko, wearing a tailored professional suit and a resolute expression, listens carefully to her interviewer's question and offers a precise response. That was a pretty nostalgic dream just now. Maybe it's because I spoke with Amane on the phone the other day, but I dreamed of our time at Mihama Academy. I find my mind running back over the events that turned Yumiko into the public figure she is today. When Sakaki Michiaki transferred all of his stock in the East Beach Group to her, Yumiko thought long and hard about what to do with it all. She even considered selling the entire stake and donating the proceeds to charity. It was, in some sense, tainted money, and more importantly, slightly less than 10% of that company still amounted to an astronomical sum of money. She won the throne, didn't she? She would have claimed it all in the end? I don't know all context. Yumiko wanted to live a peaceful life on her own terms, and she knew that kind of money could change everything, or would change everything. But after much agonizing, she ultimately decided to accept it. And then, while using her newfound wealth to attend a top-flight university, she started up her own company, one that's proven wildly successful. Right now, it's becoming increasingly frequent for her to appear in the media as an exemplary young entrepreneur. As to why Yumiko voluntarily entered the same corporate world that tied her down for so long, I've never asked her point blank. But I do have the feeling it's got something to do with the open wound she's been ignoring for the last 3 years. Probably the same reason she didn't sell off this house. Despite all the bad memories it must hold for her, we're living here together now. I guess there comes a point when avoidance doesn't make your scars ache any less. My other cell phone begins to ring for the first time in 3 years. After carefully confirming the name of the caller ID screen, I hit the answer button. Hey, been a while. It's Harudara-san! There was a moment of silence, but in that time, many unspoken words passed between us. Although I was officially reprimanded after the incident 3 years ago, a certain influential force in Ichigaya's upper echelons shielded me from more serious charges and arranged for my reinstatement on the reserve. That said, I was no longer interested in returning to my previous workplace, as supporting Yumiko had become my first and foremost priority. I took my chance to formally resign. Naturally, this led to an estrangement from JB. There was one and only one thing I'd asked of her at the end. It was a job better suited to a detective agency than a professional of her caliber. But I asked anyway, fully aware of my selfishness. I do too, actually. Like, I understand that she's more or less behind the scenes, but the fact that she kind of was more like partial mother / big sister figure to him, I think it's something that he definitely needed to help keep him grounded while he was working under her company. JB accepted that strange request without particular comment. I didn't ask why, but it felt as though she wanted to tie up that same loose end herself. I already knew the reason she was making this phone call. It has to mean she's found some sort of answer to that odd request I made of her. There's no longer any other reason for JB to contact me. I see. Thank you, Julia. It's alright. I still want to know. I mechanically jot down JB's indifferent words on a notepad that was lying nearby. As the trees outside sway in the wind, a muted sound of rustling foliage carries through the otherwise silent room. After ending the call with JB, I tuck the black cell phone away and take out the one I normally use. The call history is filled almost entirely with a single number. Clicking on it, I bring the phone to my ear. Oh, we're not going to be told anything yet. Dang it.
珍しいのね。ユージの方から外に出ようだなんて。
Yumiko and I walk leisurely down the road leading to the station. She's got a lot on her plate at work right now, but the moment I called, she managed to open her schedule. Yeah, there's something I wanted to talk about. Sorry about dragging you out.
ユージとこうやって出かけること自体が久しぶりだし、全く構わないのよ。
Yumiko smiles happily. I haven't told her the real reason for this outing yet. That was a deliberate decision. I didn't want it to be weighing on her mind from the very start.
今日はどこに行くの？
It's a slightly far off place, actually.
にしてはすごく軽装で出てきたけど。
True, now that you mention it. Yumiko glances over at me with a puzzled expression. This vague, riddle-like conversation continues as we climb the stairs to our local train station. I was thinking it might have been an amusement park myself, too. Changing trains after a few stops, we make our way out of central Tokyo and head for the south part of the Kanto region. Colorful port cities flash by outside the windows. Eventually, these give way to peaceful-looking little valley towns. As vivid shades of green start to dominate the scenery, Yumiko grows progressively quieter. Either that or they're going back to the Mihama Academy dorm. The train's heading straight for that place. We wouldn't be going there without a good reason. Yumiko's no doubt starting to realize this won't be the lighthearted outing she'd expected. Our destination lies in the town where Yumiko spent the loneliest years of her childhood. By the time we're standing before the building itself, her expression's painfully tense.
Yuji.
Oh, the hospital where her mother's at. It's a large general hospital at the outskirts of a sleepy country town. Hospital the two of us visited several times together. But there should no longer be any reason for us to come here.
お母さんもいないのに。
Is her father here now? Yumiko's mother, Sakaki Misako, quietly passed away 2 years ago. After the usual formalities with her relatives, Yumiko told me she'd never be setting foot in this town again. There were too many sad memories in this place. Just being here was painful for her. I know it's hard coming back here, but there's something we can't talk about anywhere else.
ここでないとできない話?
Why do I have a feeling it has something to do with her father? Yeah. We proceed slowly through the familiar hallways. After climbing the stairs, we make our way toward a private room in the very back, then come to a halt in front of the door. There's a certain person who's been visiting this place virtually every week since your mother's death.
ここへ?
It's gotta be her father then. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about, right? Yumiko casts her eyes down, pursing her lips slightly. Looks as though a name's come to mind. I don't know why any more than you do, but it's a fact. That person's been coming here for years and begging the hospital staff not to breathe a word of those visits to anyone.
私たちに知られたくないから。
Gee, do you think reality hit him hard and really fucking fast after he realized just how capable his daughter is of standing on her own 2 feet instead of being a fucking puppet under his I silently nod. I know it'd be tough for you to meet him face to face all of a sudden, Yumiko. I'm planning to go in there and ask why he's doing this. Do you think you could wait outside and listen? We can head back home now if that's what you want. I'll promise you to never bring that person up again, but if there's still a bad taste lingering in your mouth, instead of trying to forget the past, how about we look for a way to accept it? Her eyes still turned down toward the floor. Yumiko mutters quietly.
ユージはもうずっと前に気づいていたのね。私があのことをまだ引きずっていることに。
Yeah, sorry for not saying anything until now.
いいの。
I don't think we'll be getting to the bad ending today. We might be saving that for next Tuesday. There must be countless memories running through Yumiko's head right now. Her empty childhood, the faint hope she found, only to have it snatched away. The man who took everything away, her crushing solitude, the artificial cage where her heart slowly began to thaw. Her first act of real resistance, our escape. At the end of a long struggle, a confrontation with everything on the line. And the former super who had everything taken away from him. Words. What does his daughter feel for him now? Hatred? Something else entirely? I can practically see the tangled ball of conflicted emotions wriggling inside her mind. Eventually, Yumiko raises her head. Her expression's firm and determined.
私、聞くわ。ここで待ってる。
I see. All right then. Nodding to Yumiko, I step forward and slowly open the door to the hospital room. With the heavy sound of wood sliding across the floor, sunshine from the far window floods out into the hallway. I'm coming in. It's a hospital room with no occupant, dominated by an empty bed. The strong smell of the sun-faded old curtains overpowers a lingering scent of disinfectant still lingering in the air. At the side of the bed, a single man sitting in a folding chair, hands folded in front of him.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
I just took a sip of water!
Drinking water?
Thank you for the hydrate posture check and stretch. Yeah. Well, I'm not in that line of work anymore, but time passes quickly. Best to use it efficiently, wouldn't you say?
その通りだ。時間はすぐに過ぎる。
Sakaki Michiaki smiles stiffly as the words leave his mouth. His face, carved with wrinkles, looks like that of a much older man.
3年ぶりか。もっとも
The way he describes him, it makes it seem like it's been like 10 years, like 10 plus years. I remember yours very clearly. Seems to have changed pretty dramatically.
生きがいのなくなった人間など、所詮はこのようなものだ。血と肉の入れ物はあっても、それを動かす意志が空っぽでは、ただ細々と物を
Wow.
排泄するだけのゴミでしかない。
His eyes, once gleaming with ravenous ambition, are dull and sunken. His mouth droops slackly. It's as if his face can no longer support its own weight. There's not even a hint of the power and intensity that once defined this man. The last 3 years must have been a period of increasingly rapid decline. Sorrow seems to ooze from every pore of his body.
そんな私をここに呼んで、何をしようというんだね。
Michiaki's voice, full of self-ridicule, implies a question. Here to laugh at a fallen man? I wanted to ask you something. What was driving you 3 years ago? No, what drove you for your entire adult life? Where did that ambition and greed come from? I couldn't help feeling you were lost somehow, that you might even have regretted the path you took, and that's why I've dragged you out here, so I can stick my nose into your business. Michiaki responds to this with a snort of amusement.
こんな非道な男にそんなことを聞いても無駄だろう。君の期待するような言葉
Money, exactly.
私が言うことはない。私から全てを奪った食材のつもりで、そんな自己弁護を考えたのかもしれんが、シナリオとしては三流だな。
Damn.
出直してくるがいい。
Tell me then, why have you been retracing the footsteps of your wife and child?
どうしてそれを
I had my superior do a little digging. You've been sighted in the vicinity of this hospital, the apartments Yumiko and I rented while we were on the run, and even your wife's family home. My final request to JB was an investigation into Sakaki Michiaki's current whereabouts and activities since his fall from power. Michiaki spent the last few years visiting every place his wife and daughter once lived, as if to vicariously experience their journey. And he did his best to keep us in the dark about it, even disguising himself and using false names. Only a person who regrets their past would do something like that. If you'd really thrown everything aside, you wouldn't go out of your way to visit places with a connection to your family. That's why I finally decided to ask, was that life really what you wanted? Or were you just chained to it by something beyond your control? I had a feeling knowing the answer might be better than letting it all fade away miserably into the past. Michiaki heaves a heavy sigh. His sunken eyes gaze at the floor for a long moment before slowly turning up to me. There's a surprisingly gentle smile on his face. It's the resigned expression of a beaten man. Yes, everything is still good so far, mostly.
最後まで私の気に入らないことをするのだな。
Blame me for this one. I'm the one who asked her.
妙なことをするものだ。おせっかいにも程があるぞ。
Michiaki, who had been leaning forward in his chair like a stooped old man, abruptly reclines as if to stretch his back. His face pointed at the ceiling, he lets out a very long sigh.
私が父から最初に帝王学を教わったのは何歳の時かわかるかね
No?
9歳だよ。遊びたい盛りの子供にあの人はいきなり社会と金の話をしてきたんだ。
Well, we're finally getting to hear about his past now. Throughout Michiaki's childhood, there was a constantly rotating cast of women at his father Kojiro's side. The women came and went one after the other, each calling herself his mother, offering him various forms of distorted love. Ooh, learned behaviors from the person before him. Damn. Some were affectionate to him in the shallow way of a child playing with a favorite toy. Others were openly hostile, even abusive. But however they treated him, his father showed no interest whatsoever. On the other hand, Sakaki Kojiro was abnormally intrusive when it came to his son's studies and friendships. Okay, so carrying the family, the generational trauma That's essentially what this is that this has leaned into. And Yumiko was the one who was able to actually break out of it. Perhaps it was because he had once failed the Tokyo Imperial University examination himself, but he demanded superlative academic results from Michiaki, insisting he would tolerate nothing less than admission to a renowned national university. Any friends his son made at school were thoroughly investigated by detective agencies. When Michiaki failed to produce superb results or showed the slightest signs of disobedience, his father would respond with violence. So essentially, because he was not willing to break away from it, his daughter suffered the same fate he did, if not much worse. Desperate to escape his terror, Michiaki threw himself into his studies, ultimately passing the entrance exam for the nation's most prestigious university. This success extended to his personal life, as he obediently acquainted himself with the gaudiest tiers of high society. The more Michiaki met his expectations, the more his father came to demand from him. Michiaki's voice trembles slightly, as if afraid even to revisit the memory of his father. It takes some time before the next words emerge from his mouth. Yep. So between generational traumas and living in the shadow of his father, it essentially forced him into the position of doing the same thing with his daughter. And of course, with her being a female and not necessarily a male who was born to inherit his company after he retired, she got the treatment twofold. It was worse. University didn't bring the freedom Michiaki had hoped for. Every step he took was decided by his father. Under constant observation, he lived as nothing more than an extension of another man's will. I honestly wonder the way that he actually spoke and treated Yumiko towards the end with her defiance. I think in a way he got more angry towards himself because he never had the strength to muster and go up against his own father's wishes. Maybe there was like a tinge of like anger and jealousy exuding from him because he was not able to do that. And then he just left completely defeated. Exactly. He probably saw what he wished he could have done. Michiaki turns his eyes toward the window. The weird thing is that despite wanting to break his fucking neck with the way he treated his daughter, there's also like this underlying feeling of like empathy towards him as well. That's why you followed in her footsteps after losing everything? With yet another bitter smile, Michiaki slowly nods. Are we finally learning human emotions here, Mr. Michiaki? She saw him running away and didn't answer anything further. She cut that like, exactly. Did you find anything? He shakes his head. I mean, better late than never to learn human emotion, right? Once again, Michiaki's gaze turns towards the ceiling. He's not shedding tears, but he's wearing the expression of a crying man. The expression of a man painstakingly forcing his face to take on the contours of sorrow.
私は食い入ることすらできないんだ。
Well, I mean, you were raised in an environment where human emotion was devoid of, like, you were just devoid of human emotion because of the way that you were raised, and you tried to raise your daughter the same exact way, but she was able to break free from it. When you've known right, it's easy enough to see wrong for what it is. But when all you've known is violence and cruelty and misery, they're simply facts of your existence. Although if he's gone as far as he has, forgiveness wouldn't be acceptable. Yeah, that's very fair. But when all you've known is violence and cruelty and misery, they're simply facts of your existence. By looking at the situation outside, you can understand that you fall into the very bottom, and yet the grief and remorse just won't come. There's no emptier feeling. Sakaki Michiaki is mired in the depths of an extraordinary despair. No matter how he moves, no matter what he says, the smothering darkness all around doesn't so much as stir. He's sunk into an inescapable hell. It's the polar opposite of his daughter's suffering. Where Yumiko felt pain, this man knows only crushing numbness. Might be hard to swallow coming from a brat like me, but I can sort of understand your feelings.
なんだと。
There was a time when I couldn't even grieve for the things I'd lost. I tell Sakaki Michiaki just a little bit about my own past. About my misery and my one small glimmer of hope. About the emptiness I felt when even that was snatched away from me. About the despair I endured again and again until my heart grew numb, until I couldn't even recognize it as despair. Wouldn't say I've completely recovered even now, but little by little, I've started to experience those feelings again. Do you know why?
さあ、私にはわからない。
It's because of Yumiko. Having her in my life helped me regain something like normal human emotions. By protecting another human being, by sharing my life with them, I gained something in return. The impenetrable darkness inside of me was punctured with a few small rays of light. But if I hadn't met Yumiko, there's no doubt I'd still be wallowing in the same despair as this man. I need to be on my way, but tell me something first. What are you planning to do from now on?
これから何も考えてはいない。私には何もないからな。
Alright, in that case, I'm going to make a request of you. Do whatever you want with the time you've got left, but don't give up on living.
どうしてそんなことを望むんだ。
Because he's not a heartless asshole, that's why. Staring straight into Michiaki's eyes, I continue in a forceful tone of voice. Don't take anything else away from Yumiko. Whatever you think of yourself, she still sees you as her father. Goodbye. Those final words seem to have an effect on Michiaki. I've already turned my back and taken a few steps when I hear him rising to his feet.
ユミコ。
When I turn around, Michiaki is looking at me with the expression of a man who's just reached a firm conclusion.
ユミコ、幸せに
Yeah,
してやってくれ。
he'll do the very thing you were not able to do because you are incapable of human emotion.
私のようにはしないでやってくれ。人間として幸せにしてやってくれ。最後の、私の最後の頼みだ。頼む。
This isn't the hollow husk of a man I was speaking to a moment ago. It's not the broken puppet who told me he was nothing. At the end, Sakaki Michiaki stands before me as a father. Don't think I can accept that request.
なぜだ。
Oh, damn. Because someday, you'll have to help make Yumiko happy as well. But when I speak those words, the light fades from his eyes.
ユミコがそれを望むはずがないだろう。
I know, exactly. It's a very conflicting feeling. You want to hate him,
そして父もいないの
but
も
the amount of like empathy you feel towards his situation is kind of hard to feel that level of hatred. Oh my god. And Yumiko's a woman who can grieve for a puppet. Weren't you listening? She dragged me up out of what some muck you're sinking of. She dragged me up out of that same muck you're sinking in.
本当か。
Yes, I wouldn't even be standing in this room otherwise. Yumiko's lingering unhappiness wasn't a product of bitterness, much less a desire for revenge. It was something else entirely. And that's why I came here, to show them a path toward accepting the past. That's not going to be your final request. I'll come see you again. Make sure you stick around until then. Turning around once more, I head for the door. This time, there's no call from behind. Yumiko? Yumiko's not standing in the hallway where I left her. But it doesn't take long for me to realize where she's gone. She went to the roof, didn't she? The last place she saw her mother being taken away from her. The weather's nice today. She has to be there. Exactly. She's up on the fucking rooftop. Giving him the rope in a sandpit. You gotta I mean, absolutely. Like, despite everything that happened between the three of them, he still has a level of respect to not stoop to his level and be, like, more respectful towards him despite that underlying hatred. And that's what we call empathy. Yeah, that thing that he lacks, clearly. Powerful wind gusts across the rooftop. Sandwiched between the vivid blue sky and dull gray concrete, a small white thing flutters in the breeze. A slender milepost marking the spot where it all began and the spot where it's going to end. Her white skirt and long black hair dance in the air as I slowly approach. Yep, I had a feeling she was going to be up on the rooftop crying. Wrapping my arms around that slim body from behind, I embrace it tightly. Yumiko must have realized I was approaching. Without flinching or turning around, she reaches up to grasp at my hand. Shoulders trembling softly, she lets her tears spill freely down onto my arm. This is definitely the level of closure that she needed in order to be able to be happy. Without it, she probably would not have been able to move on the way that she was able to. Affectionately stroking my hand, Yumiko thanks me again and again. The wind gusts strongly past us, but we accept it head-on, steady as a deeply rooted tree. Oh boy, what's this request gonna be? Yeah, shoot. Thank you for the posture check and stretch. Oh, my freaking elbow just cracked and it felt good. Ugh. She chokes up repeatedly as the words leave her mouth, and yet her voice seems strong and firm. It's going to take a while, you know. Takagi Michiaki has many, many empty years behind him. Filling that massive void won't be a small project, or an easy one. Her hand squeezes fiercely down on mine. I nod and squeeze back. The words I spoke to Michiaki were my honest feelings. It's only because of Yumiko that I'm here today. I owe her everything. Alright, let's teach them together. With that, Yumiko falls silent once more. Grasping my hand, she gazes up into the sky and lets the wind break against her body. Beautiful summer clouds drift by far overhead. The sky Yumiko watched before was always a lonely place. The vaulted blue was a symbol of nothingness, a reflection of the emptiness below. But right now, I think she's seeing something very different up there. I was gonna say, this is JB's office, isn't it? I just love the whimsical music they have playing in the background on this one.
いいわよ。報告してちょうだい。東浜電鉄に絡む敵対勢力の排除ですが、筆頭であった門間陸将補の急勢により、その勢力は次第に弱まっています。
Aw, we got ad break in 3 minutes. Sag.
一部の組織暴力が
旧来の組織と手を組んで資金集めをしているという情報もありますが、取るに足らないものかと思われます。
榊道明のその後は？
精神的にかなりの疲弊が見られましたが、現在は娘の榊由美子の支援により回復傾向にあるとのことです。以前のような暴挙には至らないと見て間違いないでしょう。
彼も国益を損ねるようなところまで手を広げずに抱えきれる程度にしておけばよかったのよ。目をつけられちゃいけないところにバレた以上見過ごすわけにはいかなかったわ。
外事経由の情報では陸将補が内通していたとされる外国人の女も処理されたそうです。
Damn.
門間陸将補もバカなことをしたわね。そのままおとなしくしておけば議員にだってなれたのに、年がいもなくやってきた春に浮かれて欲をかいたせいで病死することになったわけだから。
ポテトテトポテト
門間陸将補の後継ですが、内田一佐の昇格が決まりました。
あの人畜無害のおじさんなら無難に務めるでしょう。適当な中間のポジションには首振ってハンコつくだけの人間がいればそれでいいわ。それにこの職場に関して言えば野心など一切ない方がいい。
Oh my goodness.
すべては上層部の思惑通りというわけですか。
It always plays out how the higher ups want it.
そうね。
Always does.
何もかもが最初から最後まで手のひらの上だった。実際に榊道明に対峙した彼らも私たちもね。
902残念ですね。結局ここもやめちゃいましたし。
Can you blame him?
まあ仕方ないわよ。もう子供も生まれたわけだし。
Drink water,
そ
you
うそう無茶に
dehydrated
できなく
bitch.
なる。
They got
You guys
married and
feel
had
it?
children.
I like that quote.
何よ、私の顔をじっと見て。
寂しそうですね、先輩。
Maybe they live happily ever after.
余計な詮索をしないでちょうだい。キアラ、コーヒー入れて。
はい、わかりました。以上で報告を終わります。
さようなら、ユージ。
Damn. I wanna click on it, but I know that ad break is about to start, and I think this is basically the end of the good ending. So we're gonna go ahead and let this ad break run through. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm gonna put some words on stream up. I highly implore you to get up, stretch, get a snack, take your meds, do what you need to do for self-care, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes to wrap this up before we read out for the night. We'll be back shortly.
I remember the streetlights on the corner by the park. We used to stay and drink past midnight till the sunrise, talking shit, couple kids. We were friends that turned to lovers. Yeah, we fell into each other, but our love burned out like a cigarette, and I'm wishing that I was there. I hope you're happier now. Now that I'm gone, moving on. I know you wish I was burning out. No, you lost the memory left, and I still think about you sometimes. When I'm fucked up in the middle of the night, I know you wish I was burning out, but I still wish you well. I hope you're happier now. I remember the cabin in Tennessee. We got so high we cried, and you looked like heaven in the passenger seat. But life just passed us by, 'cause we weren't meant to be. But you still got a piece of me. Ooh, and I know you hate my I remember the streetlights on the corner by the park. We used to stay and drink past midnight till the sunrise, talking shit, a couple kids. We were friends that turned to lovers. Yeah, we fell into each other, but our love burned out like a cigarette. And I'm wishing that I would've said, "Oh, you're happy."
Oh, dang it. I got back right as it... Okay. Alright, well, we're gonna go through this one. I know this word. It's calcium. But yeah, we'll pick up the bad ending next Tuesday. What we're gonna play afterwards, I have no fucking idea. I'll have to figure it out. Actually, you know what? No. I did say that since Thanksgiving is on Thursday next week, we'll be playing some Dark Souls afterwards. That's what it was. Right, we'll be playing some Dark Souls after going through the bad ending on this. Yep, I've got one more week to decide. I've kind of like lamented over it because it's just like I've been so dead set on this routine for months now that it's just like I don't find myself giving up 6 days a week, but at the same time I know I'm just going to continue to burn out. But because of the situation at home, I kind of have no choice at the same time. So yeah, I'm at an impasse right now. I don't know. I'm like very conflicted. But at the same time, I know that I have to continue doing what I'm doing right now because certain things going on. So, yeah. Like I said, I'm at an impasse and it sucks. Alright, we're just gonna close out of this. It's almost over with anyway. Let's turn off autopilot. That was our last ad break for the night. We're gonna go ahead and finish this up on the good ending for the Grisaia. And, what will we be rating on afterwards? Oh, another time skip 5 years later. Oh, they're at the riverbank where she used to paint. Pulled along by a small hand, I walked down a gently curving road at the side of a familiar river. I have to bend over a little to match the height of my companion. Moving on an awkward trot, I do my best to keep up. Aww, they named them Yuma? That's cute. Maybe you could slow down instead, Yuma. My entreaty, delivered with a lopsided half-smile, is shot down instantly. As Yuma hauls me forward with renewed vigor, I hear a quiet giggle from behind us. Look, Yumiko, can you stop laughing and say something to the kid? Ignoring this request entirely, Yumiko smiles over at us. One of her hands is occupied with a picnic basket, the other with a bag full of painting materials. She watches her husband and only daughter run noisily along with an expression of profound contentment on her face. Yuma's a cute name for their daughter. With practiced movements, Yuma brushes away a little dirt, then guides us to our seats on the grass. The instant Yumiko settled herself onto the ground, Yuma slips in between her legs and onto her lap. Why don't you sit with me every once in a while, Yuma? Your knees are all bony? Oh my goodness. Kicking her stubby legs in the air, Yuma turns her face away in rejection. Yumiko, of course, just watches and laughs. Typical.
ママ、お絵かきしよう。お絵かき。
Looking back at her mother, Yuma makes her usual demands. Yumiko nods and retrieves a sketchbook from her bag. Aww, so cute. Look at how adorable she is. She's got her father's hair and her mother's eyes. Coming here has become part of our normal routine. It's always the three of us, Yumiko, me, and our only child. Pretty much every weekend, we're here performing a happy family number, sweet enough that it likely nauseate any unfortunate observers. Yeah, whose brain did she...
ほら、
Yeah.
ちゃんと持ちなさい。こないだみたいに汚しちゃうわよ。
Yumiko reaches down and makes Yuma shift the marker in her hand to a more normal grip. Last week, the budding artist in question ended up defacing one of her favorite blouses as a result of that sloppy marker technique. Oh no. With this energetic response, Yuma immediately switches back to her bizarre initial grip.
もう、言ったそばからね。
Smiling wryly, Yumiko takes her daughter's small hand in hers and shifts the marker again. Hard to believe it's the same hand that once came flying at my face in unthinking rejection.
お父さんも、やっと退院ね。
Sounds like all the tests were good. I'm glad. Yumiko nods brightly. Just the other day, the doctor in charge of Michiaki's case granted approval for a discharge from the hospital. Yumiko's years of steady, determined effort have finally been rewarded.
おじいちゃん退院するの？
Yeah, good thing we had you around, Yuma.
どうして？
In response to this innocent question, I just stroke her head. Yuma's cheerfulness provided more than enough warmth to thaw Michiaki's heart. These days, he's smiling like a good-natured old man every time his granddaughter walks into the room.
今度は、一緒に連れてきたいわね。
Yeah, sounds like a plan. Yuma, losing interest in the conversation, scribbles passionately away at her sketchbook. Gripping the marker firmly in her fist, she piles vaguely circular shapes onto each other, seemingly at random. She's so adorable. Looking up at me, she grins from ear to ear and points at the sketchbook. A mishmash of shapes that might barely qualify as something like a face stares up at me from the sheet of paper. Sorry, Yumiko. Seems Yuma might have taken after me instead of you on this front. Unable to find appropriate words of praise, I let out a fatherly sigh.
まだわからないわよ。これから上手くなるかもしれないのに。ね、ユマ？
これパパに似てるよ。
We've got to do something about her sense of aesthetics, at least. As I heave another long sigh, my wife and daughter cackle at me. And when her laughter dies down, Yumiko mumbles a few words to herself.
こんな日が来るなんて。本当によかった。
I know, right? Stroking Yuma's head gently, she continues with 3 earnest words.
ありがとう、ユージ。
Once, there was only emptiness inside her. Yumiko rejected everything, avoided all communication, cut off the lines tying her to the world. Eventually, the passage of time softened her. Slowly, almost against her will, she began to form new connections. But at first, those bonds inspired only denial and guilt. Today, she's full to the brim with heartfelt gratitude. It flows out of her as naturally as she breathes. Oh, hi, Kev. What's up? How you doing today? Every thank you is nothing less than proof that Yumiko's embraced this world with open arms, that she's actively chosen to live in it. That's my line. Thank you, Yumiko. After a long and painstaking search, we found happiness. Of course, it's a fragile thing with no constant form. We still have our struggles and our doubts. But it's not just the two of us anymore. There's something else for us to protect. Someone else to protect us both. The future we couldn't begin to imagine is slowly revealing its shape.
今度はママを描くね。
どんな顔になるのかな？
The warm, late spring wind blows gently by us. As the leaves rustle softly in the distance, Yuma's musical voice flies off towards the ocean. And in the sky we've drawn together, there's not a single speck of cloud. I assume that was the end? Ah, it was! Characteristics. Like with Yumiko with her art, like filling in everything with color and stuff like that. And it's also like some form of symbolism too. Unless I'm just thinking too much into it. I have no idea. But then again, you notice that it's in black and white and then it fills back out in color. Seriously though, all of the VAs with Fruit of Grisaia. Excellent VAs. Oh, there's a wild Yanma in chat. God damn. I'm sad now. Because we literally only have the bad ending after that, and then we're basically done. Oh my god, I just realized something. The VA for Amane is actually a VA for freaking Hermione and Azurlane. I thought I recognized the voice. Jesus Christ. But yes, I think this is a good time to wrap it up here. It is almost 6:30, and I still need to eat dinner before D&D tonight, assuming we're still doing D&D tonight. So we're going to go ahead and read out now. Don't mind my desktop background. All right, let's figure out who we're going to read out to. I know L&D is live right now. But yes, if you would like to follow me anywhere else outside of Twitch, I do have my beacons link that is set up where you can follow me on my other socials, which also includes TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, and Blue Sky. If you would like to join the Discord server, feel free to do so. It's not obligatory, but much appreciated. We're a small growing community, and I'm trying to do more in the Discord server, which sometime this week, depending on like when I have time to do it, there will be some changes being made to the Discord server. There will be more like reaction roles, so that way you guys can opt out or opt in of hearing anything go off in terms of pings, because I'm pretty much foregoing the @everyone ping and utilizing more roles for it. So that way nobody gets annoyed by the pings going off constantly in the servers. So, but anyway, let's figure out how we're going to rate out to. We have L&D that's live right now. She's playing some Sid Meier's Civilization, but we also have some others that are on right now. We got Riley who's playing, so Sour Patch King playing some Dead by Daylight. Austin Possum is playing Foxhole. I'm not sure who we're gonna read out to. We got Don't Fight Ducks who's playing some Phasmophobia right now. Geomuse is playing Dead by Daylight. And I don't see anybody else playing Fruit or Grisaia online, so yeah. I think we're just gonna go ahead and say hello to L&D tonight, actually. I haven't rated into her in a bit, so let's go say hello to L&D. She's another member of Everbright Global Gaming. She's overall amazing. Like I said, she's playing some Sid Meier's Civilization right now. But yes, let's go say hello to our wonderful friend L&D. If you're subscribed, copy the first raid message. If you aren't, copy the second one. I will be back on tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. EST instead of 2 p.m. EST. So you will be playing some more Dark Souls tomorrow. Yeah, you have to watch me get lost in places and try to find bosses and die relentlessly to them. But yes, thank you all for hanging out today. It was a lot of fun. We have, like I said, we'll pick this back up again next week to go through the bad ending, and then we will finally be completely done with Fruit of Grisaia. I'm sad but also happy at the same time because I have been reading this since like March of this year. So it's been a hot minute. I think it's time we move on to something else, but I'm not sure where that something else is going to be just yet. So we'll figure it out in like a week's time. But yes, thank you for hanging out today, everybody. I had a lot of fun. Thank you so much for the new followers that came in, and thank you again for helping me get to 1,500. I was not anticipating getting that this year. I was honestly thinking it might happen sometime next year, but you guys freaking smashed that goal, and I very much appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Yes, let's go see a little L&D. I hope you'll enjoy the rest of your night. Have a wonderful sleep tonight. Have a wonderful afternoon. And I will see you all again tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. EST for some Dark Souls. Until then, take care of yourselves, everyone. Bye.